Alrighty. It's working. Like it is. Yep, there we go. Righty. Oh boy. Yeah, today's gonna be a little bit funky because I need to keep myself aware of time and my phone because waiting. I've kind of been on standby all day because I've been waiting on a text. You know, it's like, okay, because I need to go pick someone up, so it's one of those things where it's like, oh, Crooked, yeah, first day, how's it going today? Yeah, but I was kind of waiting, but I figured what I would do is I would just stream and just keep myself aware of time and hopefully, you know, just go and handle, if stream needs to end early, stream ends early. If not, it's fine. Just go my usual time if I can. Not too worried. Hope everyone's day is well, though. I haven't watched this cutscene on stream in a while. Julian, how's it going today? But, oh boy. I think this week has certainly been interesting for work, but then again, I could say that about the last month. I think work has been a little bit strange, if I had to put it in a way. I will say I've watched this intro a million times at this point because I watch it because it pops up every now and then while I'm waiting for stream to start. So we'll skip back. I'll go back to the menu. We'll just get. I'll at least get into the. I'll just load into, where were we? Tartarus? Yeah, we were in Tartarus. Okay. I'll at least have us in Tartarus so we can get moving when it's time. But I will say I keep being way too worried about the category of stream, so I don't know if I'm almost never just chatting, am I? But oh boy. Hear about the Trump conviction? Yeah, I did. I don't really have any feelings one way or the other about it. It's kind of like the gears at higher echelons of American politic is just a little bit much for me to listen to. Mostly just because it feels like the kind of thing that very hard for me to keep to look at. Let's see. I'll use a teleporter. I need to warm my brain up. Start from here. I did hear about it, though. I was told about it. The trouble is that American litigation is very dense, so I wager that it'll amount to little. Beyond the conviction, it won't. I don't know how much it'll change anything.
I trust you're not tired. Then let's be off.
Kind of the difficulty of how the country works, but nothing we can do. At least nothing without, you know, real difficulty. But nevertheless, I tend not to get involved much with politics anyway, because it just doesn't seem like the kind of thing that works for me to get involved in, I guess, if that makes sense. Kind of a bizarre one. I think it's mostly just because of how I am politically, but it depresses mostly. Yeah.
That was a good workout.
I guess it's because my philosophy in life has always been that I try to fix problems I can fix. You know, it's like make better the world I can actually touch. You know, that I can touch and I can work within. So, and you know, under that umbrella, I'm able to, you know, help people with, you know, I can bring people stories that make them happier, and I can do stuff that helps people in the day-to-day. And I try to help people where I can, but generally when it comes to grand scale things, you know, stuff at that highest level of the country's workings, I just leave it alone. Which is probably a bit of a probably not the best take. I don't think it is, but it's also coming from a view of pragmatism of I'd rather solve problems I know I can work on. Because some things I recognize I don't think I even have the physical means to do much about. It's one of those things where it does feel bad when you're looking at the way the world works and the gears that it's built on, and it's like it's tough because you know, it's like you look at it and you think, okay, well, what would fix this? And trouble is trying to fix stuff like that is a little bit out of the hands of most people. Oh, that's right, we got the Stomping Boy last time. I remembered. We did resolve the stuff with Ken. I do remember that. We resolved the stuff with Ken in game. We did some, and we got to get, in the best way possible, we got to move the story forward in a way that kind of, some people, a lot of the, Ken and Akihiko came to terms with what happened.
That was
And we have to move forward, but we're just hoping we can finish the fight. As I recall.
I trust you're not tired. Then let's be off.
Yeah, I've been donating a bit lately, and that really helped my sense if I need to give the world, but I also need to not make a habit because I'm not making much of it. Oh, I see, Crooked.
I'm wanting a new coat, so maybe I'll buy one and expense it as battle equipment. Just kidding.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things where, for me, it's been helping my neighbors. Like, just if somebody asks me to help them with something, I just, my sense of duty comes from if somebody asks for help. I don't find myself particularly incensed to not help, right? To me, it's like, okay, no, for me, my sense of duty is if somebody asks for assistance, I'm going to help. Regardless, you know, it's like what I can do, you know, it's like if someone needs me to listen, I do that. If I can physically do something to help, I do that. I've been doing yard work for my neighbors, and it's like, yeah, it's not, you know, you know, it's not earth-shattering, but it's good. Because if somebody needs assistance in the world and they are willing to ask for help, it's kind of like, well, why would I turn them down, right?
Oh, pretty well.
So I understand that it's hard to ask for help in the first place. And I think that's something I can, and it's, you know, it's something I can do. I'm still physically fit and able, so I can go mow a lawn. I can do some weed whacking. You know, it's like not really all that hard, is it? You know, it's like, yeah, it's like with the weed whacking. You know, it's like, oh yeah, my lower back doesn't like it, but it's like whatever. I can, you know, it's like pain can be slept off. You know, like muscles rebuild. But it's stuff like that where I find myself at my best, I guess is the way I'd put it. So that's the kind of thing I prefer to do, is that I try to help people on the ground because I know I can. You know, I can show up to things, be aware of when you push yourself far, of course. Well, yeah, of course. Well, it's like, but what I mean is that, you know, I guess the point is more that, you know, it's like I can, you know, muscle, you know, it's like I can, you know, it's like an hour of weed whacking is not that bad. But for me, but it's, you know, it's the point is that it's well within my capabilities to go do something, and somebody asks me to do so, it's like, well, okay, sure, I can do that. But it's kind of the same, it kind of is part of the internal desire I have as a person when it comes to creating, is that, well, I have a mind and a desire to make things and make people happy, and that's something I can do, and that's something I can do, you know, fairly well. So I see no reason why I can't do it, why I won't do it. And it's the same. It's the reason my career choice and my philosophy has evolved the way it is, because, you know, it's like it's not that bad to do what you know you can, make the world a little better. I was raised very much with the idea that, you know, the hope is that, you know, leave the world better than you came into it and do your best. Elify Dark. probably get rid of this then. I'll keep Samsara because I don't really know if it'll work, but we'll see.
Perfect. Just what we hoped for.
I feel like this game really does draw out. I think this game draws out more thought out of me. I think we've had a collection of games where I start rambling, as it were. I start talking because I think especially RPGs, because after a certain point it becomes instinct for me to handle combat. I don't necessarily need to think so much about what I'm doing in battles. Do I have anyone else fire all? I do. Cool. That's nice. But since I don't need to think so much about fighting in these games, I am able to let my mind wander, which is nice. It lets me think about this kind of stuff. But I feel that way in general. You know, it's one of those things where I prefer to keep myself available and, you know, be try to be helpful where I can. I was actually one of the few students at my college who considered mental health to be an equal priority to academics. Because a lot of the people I knew would, you know, break themselves down really hard because they'd be working themselves for long days without breaks. That's the kind of thing that I just didn't do. So it worked out that I was also looking out for my my peers, because I would say like, hey, do you need a break or something? You know, I would make an excuse. I wouldn't even need, like, half the time I wouldn't actually need to go and get food or anything. I would just be like, hey, do you want to go get lunch or dinner or something? Just to get them to leave the desk and go somewhere. Because I would always tell them, like, well, yeah, you know, it's like you'll probably figure it out by the time you get back. And I would be right. The trouble is that a lot of tech fields, I think video games have gotten especially bad about this, where the desire is to put yourself, you know, burn bright and fast and do as much work as you can, as young as you can, because you're, you know, it's like, oh, you only have so much time, you need to get to it. And it's like, well, no.
A shadow.
I find that a lot of people underestimate how much time they have. It's like, yeah, obviously don't just plod along, don't just sit around, but, you know, every now and then you do need to, it's a vital part of the living experience to take a moment. I mean, a great example for me today, I didn't get a lot done. I did yard work and I did some little things around the house, you know, I did read some stuff. I had to do some more light reading, because yesterday I read the short story, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, and I really needed a lift today. I had quite the weird dreams about that one. Not a good story to read. I can't recommend it. It's one of those ones where I saw it and remembered that I hadn't read it yet, and I figured I was, you know, pretty well prepared to handle it, and I was, and then I think it was the combination of factors, and I slept weird, so it's like, yeah, well. One of those things where you end up, I think it's one of those things where you end up mentally somewhere else. But that's okay. Feels weird to be able to just say that. It happens. Yeah, it's like, but, you know, I don't feel particularly broken up about the fact that today didn't go as planned. You know, just, oh, my day didn't go the way I was expecting. It's like, yeah, you know, I'll try again tomorrow. You know, it's not like not a big deal. And that, I think, is the greatest. I think it's the greatest benefit, is being able to look at something, recognize that it happens, and leave it alone. You know, just the way I remember I was taught, because it was the skill I was taught and the mindset I was taught to handle my anxiety when I was in college was, you know, taking a breath, accept that I'm feeling a certain way, you know, that
Let's go.
You know, it's like I sit there and I take in the breath like, yeah, I'm anxious right now. I breathe out. The anxiety leaves me. Because it's like, okay, I've accepted this feeling. I'm going to accept that it's going to be here as long as it needs to. And I let it go.
This floor has been fully explored now. Good work.
And I think that's a good thing, a good skill to have. Being able to accept the state of things. Does mean that you, and accepting that it's the state of things currently does not mean you have to accept that it stays that way. If that makes sense. It's like, you know, stuff happens, you know, it's like, oh, this is the state of your world right now. Okay. How about I change it? You know, just, okay, well, from here, can I change this? And boom. It made me more proactive about handling my inner state, which is nice. Some days it's harder to do so. I think, especially if I have, you know, if I don't get enough sleep. I think when you don't get enough sleep, it's very hard to, you know, maintain that level of even keel calm. If you don't get enough sleep, or, you know, too many things happen at once, or, you know, it's,
Keep up the good work.
or you're just mad. It's not exactly easy to do that, you know, sit on your high horse and zen, you know, it's like, ah, yes. I actually think yesterday I actually have a good example of what happens when I don't have it locked in. And I think it was specifically the instance when I was, or hungry. Yeah, hunger is especially a detriment. That's why hunger is a detrimental effect in this game, in Persona 5. Because when you're not you when you're hungry, truly. Which, you know, it's like, as much of a joke that could be, it's like, it's true. You can't be all in control if you're hungry or angry, or hangry. And I think yesterday, right near the end of stream, I think it was the last 15 or so minutes when I was fighting Manus. I think that was when I was like, because like the first 3 hours or so, pretty in control. It was those last 20 or so minutes, roughly 10 to 20 minutes. I noticed, you know, I can analyze it now and, you know, pinpoint it. That I think it was specifically the run when it was like there was one hit I took, and then I took another one, and I just sat, I like backed up for half a second and just thought, man, I am not in it right now. Just, I lost my composure and went for a reckless attack and just kept pushing, and it's just like, then I died. It's like, okay, well, it kind of felt like, well, probably could have avoided that one. I have a friend who can't place his mood swings all the time. At 70% of the time, he realizes it's because he forgot to eat or failed to meet a different battle. Yeah, exactly. And I think it's very easy at times for us to forget ourselves. You know, it's like there are parts of us that we forget. And it's especially difficult when your world is moving very quickly. You know, you have to constantly be in this place, this place, this place, or you have to be somewhere. You have to be somewhere else. You have to cross great distances before in short periods of time. I think that's the kind of stuff that really it keeps people from being able to recenter. And that's not good for the mental health. And because it's also not great because it means that you'll forget things. And that could be, you know, like forgetting to eat, or, you know, I am a proponent of staying hydrated. Because when people aren't hydrated, they make mistakes. It's actually exactly the reason I think that a lot of the people I worked with going through college had issues with focus. And it's like, yeah, they'd have a drink nearby, but never anything that was hydrating. Nothing that really,
The enemy's nearby.
nothing that really helped them keep their, you know, their fluids up. And it's just a shame because it's one of those things that
Don't be careless.
very quickly can throw a person off their game. Actually, the thing I remember the most is one of the things I remember often is chess masters and their intense physical conditioning.
It'll take a little more time.
Oh, I forgot that. Oh wait, no, I can use theurgy. because the chess masters have to exercise and, you know, eat and stay hydrated at a very high level, because in order to, you know, it's like they recognize that having that high brain function to be able to make all those moves in advance, you need a really strong body. So I like to put it, it's, you know, healthy mind, healthy body, and those two things feed each other, so it's good to take care of yourselves. I am a proponent of good health.
That certainly went well.
Which also includes mental health, which involves breaks.
Careful.
I feel like there's a state of play today. I found out they're making a new Astrobot game.
We caught them by surprise.
Ooh. Oh, that's right. The state of play just happened like an hour ago. Let me go check Twitter. X. Whatever. You know what?
Pretty good.
I'll stop calling it Twitter when my brain... I'll stop calling it Twitter when it stops... When it truly escapes being Twitter. Do I have anything that can help me with this? No. I can go for a critical and hope for the best.
Will do the trick. I'll show you.
Just go for it. Let's see. See if I can't get the download on the state of play. State of play. I see Silent Hill 2 is trending with it, so I'm guessing that Silent Hill had a big announcement. State of play, God of War and PC. Oh god. Let's see. Okay. I'm just taking a quick gander at the pictures. I'll stop calling it Twitter when X sounds better, smoother in conversation. Never. You know what? Honestly, that is probably the... That probably is the big the delineation, is that... Yeah, how do you... When it becomes easier to say, that's when we say it. Dynasty Warriors Origins. Okay.
I'm all warmed up.
Just reading through some of these and just... Seems like some fun stuff. Astrobot. Ah, I see, I see. Well, that looks cool. Looks very fun. Silent Hill, how's it looking? Yeah, looking pretty good. You know what's the only downside for me is that I always feel a little bad when it comes to the state of play for PlayStation, because since state of play tends to only cover PlayStation exclusives, I will never see those games. It's probably the saddest thing for me is that I go watch state of play and I'm like, oh, those look really cool. Oh yeah.
A shadow. What will you
I
do?
kind of made I made my bed and I lie in it, and I do so comfortably, of course, but I have to do the Astrobot game because they're still doing the classic game references in there with both Eco and Shadow of the Colossus references are found in the trailer. Ooh, very good. That's very good. You know what? I could give... you know, I'll give the soul drop well, I'm gonna do that. Might as well just give egg. You know what? I'll just give egg. It's fine. We'll just use egg. I never use these things anyway, so we might as well. Honestly, we almost never use these eggs, so I might as well just use them while I have them. I don't get to take the resources with me after the game's over, so might as well. That is probably the best thing I've learned about RPGs, is I might as well use resources when I actually need them, because at this point, I won't... If I don't use them, it's like, well, they're just gone after the game's over. I've actually been doing good. I think roguelikes have also been pushing me to do that more, where you just have to use your resources up. Because, you know, it makes sense to us to try and save our things up if we can, but I do hope that I hope I can actually get a proper breakdown on the state of play. Seems to me like seems to me that the internet is angry about it, but I feel like they would have been angry about it even if they did get what they wanted. Good move to expand on that series, because frankly, that game came packaged with PS5 is probably the most well-received PS5 exclusive. This is one of the only. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, it kind of seems like the PS5, the PlayStation exclusives. I don't know. It kind of seems like both PlayStation and Xbox have exclusives that don't actually draw people to them. Because it's either they'll just wait for people to, they'll just wait for it to get posted, you know, for it to go up in on other consoles, or they just will, you know, some people just don't make the move for it.
Conserve your strength for the return trip. Don't push yourself.
Turns around. Back here.
It's the absolute worst when you're ready to head back, but there's
Come back
no
here.
teleporter close by.
Okay, brain, work with me here. There we go. Whew. I remember when the PS4 got announced. I don't know why this is the thing I'm thinking about right now, but the thing I'm thinking about right now is when the PS4 was announced, and I think it was Knack. My brain, it's Clack. Knack. I remember when Knack got announced, and I just remember thinking to myself, this game looks like the kind of thing that is meant to sell the system. Oh, I need this card. Is it Maru Kakaja that I need? I might need to check later.
Sanada-senpai is running out of stamina. Be careful.
Don't worry about me.
Actually, I do need his magic to be up because we need that. Soul drop. That should be enough.
Hey, let's get the jump on it.
Sold a meme, not much else. Yeah, I think that's to me kind of the sad thing when I consider how systems, when it comes to console selling games, you know, as they're, you know, as people like to see them.
You take this one.
Because it does feel like it's a lot of unnecessary weight to put on a game. Not to mention the fact that console wars, it's kind of funny because I remember in my grade school days, you know, I would say 7th to 12th American grade schooling. So it would have been when I was like 14 to, I don't know, well, it'd be 14 to 18 essentially. I just remember that nobody ever actually argued about console wars. I never saw the console wars. It wasn't until I was in college that I had people going on about which consoles are bad and which ones are good. Most of them were just people saying that PC is the only thing you need and you shouldn't have consoles, but then I'd say, "Oh, I'm going to go play Smash Brothers," and they'd be all weird about it. But the point for me was that it just never occurred to me that people could war over which consoles are the best ones. You know, it's like, "Oh, I see that the PlayStation has these games. That's cool. Oh, the Xbox has this one." I only ended up getting an Xbox because I got a 360 for free from some guy, and then I turned it in for an Xbox One, and that was the direction that my particular group of friends went. We played Xbox. It was like, eh. None of it had... It's kind of funny because none of it had anything to do with us choosing out of some actual specific thing. It was just, oh, this runs the games we like and we can play together. Cool. And that was kind of it. That was all we needed. Let's just punch him. Console Wars was always more about mascot loyalty than actual graphic capacity. Yeah, because the consoles for me, I mean, yeah, well, I just found more often than not that the consoles themselves, it was just, oh, which games do I want to get? And which consoles do I see myself playing a lot? And I think, personally, I always made the right choices because up until I was a teenager, I played Nintendo, and even then, I've had a Nintendo console every generation they've had one. I did own I have a Wii U. It's kind of put away somewhere, but I still have it. I bought the Wii, GameCube, obviously. I love the GameCube. And Switch. But it was always a consistent factor for me because I don't know, Nintendo games just always, to me, Nintendo games are always worth it, so.
How much higher must we climb? I can only hope there's an end.
You know what? No. I'll do like 1 or 2 more fights, and then I think what I'll do is reset Tartarus so that the next day we can go into Tartarus with fresh stuff. We'll just punch him. Okay, this guy seems to be only weak to fire or dark. I see. Oh, this is easy. But I think mascot loyalty is probably was closer to what I preferred too.
Let's get back to work.
Especially because most Sonic games were on Nintendo consoles anyway, so. Love the Wii, never really got into the first party IPs. Nowadays, I do like some of the IPs like Zelda better, but I still don't know how well I'd get into them gameplay wise. Fair. I mean, I think I've said on stream a couple of times that I still have not played I still have not actually played Ocarina of Time and I haven't finished Majora's Mask. And I feel like to some end, I actually don't know how much I'd be able to get into them myself. Kind of for similar reasons, where it's kind of uncertain how much I would be able to play some of them at this point. Which I find interesting because I know people point to Ocarina of Time as, you know, one of those games that everyone has to play, but I never felt that way. Which I find surprising. But I think that's also because my tastes were different in RPGs. I mean, I have thought about it. I do realize that my actual gaming preferences are more towards turn-based combat anyway. I have definitely a leaning towards turn-based combat more than action RPGs. I have found that like Final Fantasy 16 doesn't interest me because I don't really like, or the 7 oh my god, it's dark. I see. Very good. She scouted around this dark room. Well, that's awful. I see. But yeah, I think some of that's because I grew up with Pokemon the most. Pokemon is the series that I grew up playing. And playing Zelda always felt a little weird. Not sure why though. Really wish I understood why Zelda specifically is the one that I point to as feeling strange to me, but stuff like Custom Robo, perfectly fine. You know, other GameCube titles where it's action oriented, perfect, you know, just I enjoyed them. Platformers especially, but is that the Grim Reaper? That's not great. I will say I saw Alex Lee's video, the meme that him and Fuka made. The voice actor for Fuka, I mean, but oh boy, I watched it. It's just, I'm happy that dude is making so many weird videos with other voice actors. Oh boy. But I did enjoy what I played of Link to the Past, but I've not gotten to the halfway point before dropping. Well, and I have found that I found that streaming has definitely been my method of keeping myself to finishing games. So I kind of figure one day I'll have to just make myself stream those games so that I specifically get through them. I actually remember I got the remake of, oh, what was it? It was one of the 2D Zeldas, and they remade it and it's all cutesy and stuff. And I got that game. I got the remake of it because I thought I would enjoy it. I'm like, oh, I could use this to play the games. And then I barely got through the beginning, and I just dropped it. And it feels so strange to me that I would drop a game so suddenly. And I don't know why. I don't know what the deal was. But I'm watching Zeltic's videos on the Zelda universe and its lore. I think the Zelda universe has some really cool stuff going on. It's one of those impressively formative experiences for writers. I think especially for people interested in fantasy. I think the Zelda series is so interesting to get into. But I did find that I have found that it's interesting how similar my reactions have been to. Let's see, what do I do? I'm trying to think of what to do. I could just punch him. I could just punch him in the head really hard. We'll just do this. Yeah, it is cool when you get to see, like, learning about stuff like that. Love the central concept of the reincarnated, reborn protagonist, deuteragonist, and antagonist. Yeah. I think especially because I think especially because for the longest time there was never an explanation as to why that is the case. It just was, right? And I feel like the lack of explanation was part of what made it so interesting. At least in my opinion. I think Skyward Sword did a great job of explaining why it was the case, because I think giving it a you know, it's like kind of like the first giving the series its original sin is kind of cool, because it means that now we have an event we can point to and say this is what started it.
I think I went overboard.
And I think it's actually super cool.
That teleporter will take us to the entrance.
Especially because, for all intents and purposes, they're not even related. They're not even related either. It's just, oh yeah, they're just a bunch of different dudes across time and space. But they all share the same, those same core qualities.
Are you accepting a request?
Okay, so regenerate 3 on Daisoju and Madaru Kaja on Titania.
Very
Question. Did I get a card? Skill card. Did I get the card? I think I did. Maraku Kaja. Which Kukaja? Which?
Here are my requests.
Mataru Kaja. I see.
Very well.
And I have the wrong Matarja. I have the wrong Makaka. I have the wrong thing. I do have... It's regenerate 3. This. Regenerate 3. On Daisoju. I think this is correct. I have the wrong of... How come I can't read? This game is all reading. How do I stop being able to read for a moment there? Regenerate on Daisoju. Yes. I think I can get rid of growth at this point, maybe? That should work. Yes?
Good day. Here are my requests.
Okay, good.
Let's hear this.
I was sitting there for a moment. I'm like, yes? You've accomplished it without any major issue. That is truly admirable. I applaud your efforts. Here's your reward. I got a pair of pants. And Elizabeth. Sick. I got blue shorts. just kind of defeated here.
Good day.
I have a moment of your time. Apologize if it's becoming repetitive, but I'd like to ask you to escort me once more. You take me to this Gekukon high school you attend.
Shall be waiting.
You have the time after school, please come by and let me know. I see.
Are you accepting a request?
I see. I now get to take her on a date to school. I understand.
Very well then.
Okay. I see. Well, let's leave Tartarus for now. We'll come back. We're probably gonna come right back to Tartarus the next day because we can. Also because might as well. Oh, it's Sunday. Oh, we can't go to Gekukon yet. Okay, so that's fine. Oh, hey. Who texts me at this point? Got a text message. Oh, no. Just... Man, the worst he can say is no. Ew, no, ew. Instant. I don't need that. I really don't need that energy in my life. I just don't. I don't need that. I'm gonna go harvest my spinach. I'm gonna go harvest the spinach. I will go harvest spinach instead. We'll plant the last of our tomatoes. Okay. Hayase... What? No time to waste. We gotta practice. First, we gotta get something to eat. Oh, I could go hang out with Hayase or... my room. Where's my... Oh, right, because my room has the computer. I don't need to worry about that either. Probably could go work... I probably could go hang out with Hayase. I feel like he's kind of the only one I'd want to hang out with right now. I'll double check. Oh, wait, I need to go sell some stuff. Wait, the shrine. Oh, it's the boy! It's the dying guy. We need to go talk to him. We need to talk to him. He is important. I need to talk to him. But first, I need to go sell stuff. We need to go talk to the dying young man.
Be careful.
Take your time. Yes, of course. By taking my time, I hope you understand that I will not.
What are you looking for?
I can't. I'm good here.
Be seeing.
I don't actually need money right now. I need finance, but I don't need to buy things.
That reminds.
Yeah, it was Kirijo-san. That's okay. You don't say anything. I was just wondering. Kirijo-san has gone through so much in his life. Difficulties when he was younger in the incident. 10 years since it happened. The city has changed so much since then. I know your situation, but you're always welcome here. Kirijo? Oh, that's right.
Go on, look around.
Okay, we do have the ability to get a lot of good stuff, so that's fantastic.
Go on, look around.
Let's see.
Creating a
Can I get... Okay, wait, question. Can I get the spear that I need?
What would you like?
Where's the thingy?
What will it be? What would you like?
Where's the spear that... Is it not in here that I need this, that the thing I'm looking for is?
What will it be?
Yeah, well, it'll go. Could get this for him. I don't even need it, because I don't really use Ken, but... no. I will, however, go get more nonsense. I could just get speed. Give one to each of my main party members. That'd be good.
All right, I'll trade you for this.
Very cool. Thank you.
Is that all you need?
Alright, I'm gonna go talk to a guy who's dying. I will see you later. To the shrine. You there. Exquisite sir. You. Oh, it's nothing. Why don't you have a seat? The bench is too big for me alone. Hi, Kamiki. How are you doing? This bench shall be our meeting place. Hello, Kamiki.
You're not like the others.
No. Really?
I honestly didn't expect you to come back.
Honestly, fair.
Nobody treats me like a normal person. Not even my friends or family. They all keep their distance and say, "Oh, what a poor soul."
Ah.
All they feel is pity and curiosity towards me.
That's just kind of sad, man.
Sorry to disappoint them, but I'm not the poor soul they think I am.
Automatic shift to the game's saddest track.
Dying isn't so bad, is it? What's the point of dragging out your time in this world anyhow?
Never thought about that.
They say that necessity is the mother of our industrialized society.
Ah.
And yet, fire does not realize that it's burning away. Not exactly foolishness, but sad nonetheless.
That is such a fascinating quote to say. I love that one. That is actually a very... That's beautiful.
Thank you for coming today. You seem different from the rest. I'm not sure I know how to describe it exactly, but you don't look on me with pity the way everyone else does.
It's because I know death. It's because I know death. I love the card. Heard a similar one before, but I forget where. I think I feel like...
Damn it. What did I do to deserve this body? I hope we can meet again.
I hope so too, Kamiki. I feel like I'm gonna get the rank 10 with Kamiki next. I think that would be my favorite thing to do. Like, if I see him, I'm going to go talk to him.
Oh, it's you.
Welcome back. Oh yeah. But first, can we go to Tartarus?
Yes.
Can we go to Tartarus? Feels bad that I have to go right from talking to Kamiki and thinking about the the ever encroaching specter of death and
Oh, yes.
go straight into little guest today. Oh, I have to go find a cat. Okay, fair. Alrighty, before we go in, speed. I am the essence of speed. Very cool. Not on, wait, not on EO. Eco. There we go. So now everybody has exceptional speed. Question. Are these shorts, are these blue shorts? I guess I should also save. Are these blue shorts? I'm gonna guess they're my equipable, maybe? Yes. My swimsuit. I can wear my swimsuit. I see. Thank you. Thank you, game. I understand. Okay. Oh, is King Crimson saying the clouds did not realize they part when he's explaining the cause effect part of his stand? Ah, I see. That makes that. I feel like of all the things that can be brought back to reality is that most references that come to mind can at some point return to JoJo's.
We're doing well. Let's keep up the pace.
Just think of all reference is JoJo.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
Need to find a better acronym for it, but
Shadow up ahead. You taking it out?
I feel like it happens a lot.
I won't miss my chance.
So you go back through and oh, they're weak to all physical damage. That sucks for them.
Good work, Akihiko.
Follow my lead.
It definitely, but I think it's an interesting quote to consider that it's like, oh, fire doesn't realize it's burning, and it's burning away, and it's like, oh, that's. I feel like in some more cosmic sense that it's kind of the truth of the nature of, you know, things that are temporary is that it doesn't, you know, it's like, dude, like does the cliff understand it'll one day disappear? You know, it's like erosion, you know, the erosion of stone.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
I'll take care of this.
You know, it's nature doesn't realize it's impermanent, it just is.
I can take over.
And that's just fine. Doesn't mean that, doesn't make it any less meaningful to know that it won't be there tomorrow. Kind of it's a kind of dark thing to consider, but I feel like it's made better by knowing that it still has meaning. Kind of like a good deed done today, you know? Just, yeah, it's an impermanence, sure. It's, you know, in a week or a month, maybe you'll forget what you did or something, you know. Maybe you'll forget, but I like to think that when someone does something, it's remembered forever, you know? Maybe not by anyone who can see it, or, you know, it's like give or take the existence of, you know, whatever religious being you wish to consider. Or the non-existence of them, however you wish. Regardless of belief systems, I believe that there is something that knows. And maybe it's just the Earth. Maybe it's just the way the world will continue. And that's fine.
It'll take a little more time.
You stretch my neck a little bit more. Sorry. Yeah, falling into thought a little bit more. Alright, so I gotta keep an eye out for... If I see skill cards, I have to consider Mataru Kaja. Mataruku Kaja.
Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna drink the water real quick. Oh boy. I'm probably one of the very few people who actively enjoys drinking just plain old water.
Try to open as many chests as you can. I'm sure there'll be all kinds
But I
of
wonder-
useful items inside. I wonder who's been placing them here. Assuming it's on purpose.
You know what?
It's one of those chests. There's a shaft.
I don't know why, but Yukari mentioning that does...
That's a one-way
It did
tunnel.
fill me with a bit of a strange feeling of...
Back yet.
a sort of morbid curiosity as to where all these boxes are coming from, but it is a fair point to consider.
Electricity's useless here. Keep that in mind.
But yeah, I just think I think a lot about I think a weird amount about odd esoteric things because I let my mind wander sometimes when I'm writing, and I just kind of chase little tangents. I think playing games too, if I see something that intrigues me, I'll think about it more and go look stuff up. Probably a long-standing habit built up from streaming all this time of if somebody brings up a question, it's, oh, let's go investigate.
That certainly went well.
And it's good because it keeps me learning. Keeps me focused in on trying to learn more of the world's secrets.
That chest looks like it's worth opening.
But, ooh. Very least today has not been too bad. The chests are actually just tiny rooms the Tartarus builds in the bigger rooms it makes. The definition of a room. I actually saw, I watched a video essay more recently on haunted houses, which is a weird one to start on, but it'll make sense in a moment. But it kind of made me consider the way that buildings exist, if that makes sense. Like the nature of when you have a building that's left alone. And I feel like Tartarus is another example of when a house is left alone and it starts to warp in on itself. It's geometry making less and less sense as you consider it, right? And I kind of wonder... I wonder if that's why Tartarus is so freaking tall. It's because it's just been warping in on itself and going up skyward until, you know, whatever it's done. You know, whenever it just wishes to be done growing. A spire of the dark.
What will you do?
Oh. But it does make me wonder how much of... It makes me wonder if Tartarus itself is theoretically sentient. Like, it itself is an active being. Which I think is it might be a bit silly a concept, but it does kind of feel like Tartarus itself is a character in the story, rather than just being a place. Because it itself has character traits, you know? It's mysterious, it's wrathful in a weird way, because it keeps beckoning people in and trying to ensnare them. It's toxic in certain ways too, but it's kind of interesting to consider, to step back and consider the building as more than a building. Doesn't necessarily make it, you know, it doesn't necessarily need to be a huge deep thing, but Tartarus itself is kind of... It's central to the story in a way that other, you know, just a plain Jane building wouldn't necessarily fit. You know, just a big tower wouldn't be the same... It wouldn't be the same sort of conversation as Tartarus. So I think it makes sense to consider the building in that way. Can I shoot it? Wow. Man. I am kind of bodying this, this tank. Yeah, I think it's one of those things that's fascinating to consider, because it goes both ways, where I think sometimes a person becomes a palace, and we saw that we saw it in Persona 5, that a person can be a palace of their own, and a palace isn't necessarily just a place. You know, a building isn't just a building. Of course, I also think it's probably my favorite thing to refute in all of writing is sometimes it really is just a door, and other times it's not. And who decides that is the one reading. So I always found those kind of interpretations to be very facetious. You know, the sort of... that sort of 9th grade analysis on storytelling that doesn't really tell you anything. Because if you really actually, you know, read and take in storytelling, half the time, you know, set dressing doesn't necessarily invoke more deeper thinking. I like the very, it's not my favorite, I saw a video on that recently. It's like, I don't necessarily think that it's a poor reading of a story to read into every detail with a fine-tooth comb and take it apart. Because I think it can actually add to the storytelling where, oh, they chose these colors for this reason. Oh, they chose this for this reason. You know, and sometimes the writer is consciously doing that. They want to set the mood with color. They want to set the stage for their specific story in a very, you know, very particular fine-toothed kind of way. But other times, it's just a matter of, well, what color are they? What color are these curtains? Well, I don't know. What words do you use to describe those two? You know, it's like, you say white walls or you know, walls pale as bone. It's like, okay, well, you kind of end up with a different sort of story when you have walls pale as bone and plain Jane white walls, right? Just one of those things that I think it does sort of adjust your expectations about the world. And
There's a shadow.
again, I can't really say that it's wrong to do so, but I find that I think sometimes the way it's taught in school, I thought, was missing the point. I think it just missed the point where it's, no, you know, because you want to be able to analyze
What's over?
the noise he made. Wah!
What?
There's a kitty. Take it back to the entrance.
Yes.
Cat offered me something he was holding in his mouth. Yay. Saved the boy. Or girl, I don't know. It's a nice cat, though.
Welcome back.
Be able to save that kitty. You can stay here for now. We'll send it off safely when the time comes. Very good. Oh, I'm in the next level. I should go see if I can fuse. But laborious examination of story is still good. It still has a place. I think especially you don't get those... I don't think you would get those insanely dense
Register it to the computer.
video essays, you know, deep dives into lore or story in video games without having somebody doing something like that, right?
Is it not? What
Let's see, level 62 is where we cut off. It's all about what the author actively points out, a conscious choice to include. Yeah, and the thing I've learned about storytelling is that once you write a story and you place it in front of another person, right? Like, the one I think about is when I put out Green Walker, especially. I think Green Walker is a great example for this. Once Green Walker leaves my hands, once Philosophy Through Play leaves my hands, actually, we'll use all my books. Once any of my books leave my hand, it is now whatever words are in those books, in whatever orders they are, it is now it is on the reader to work with what I have given them to craft the story. And I feel like it's... Oh man, I have to... but Shiki Uji has... Stats are so good. Oh. I'd like to keep him if I can. But I want to keep Titania too. I mean, I can just resummon who I need. Let's see. I also need to figure out what I need to figure out what I'm doing. I just got this boy. But I think what it matters most is what does the reader draw out of the story? And I think it too many teachers of writing think it has to go both ways. That the writer must consciously put these things in at all fronts, and that they must view it as a reader and a writer. It's good if you can, but I don't think it's necessary. Okay, this would get rid of... Okay, I need to figure out what I'm actually summoning for.
This persona is powerful.
How many spots do I have? Actually, wait. How many spots do I have left? Two.
Please choose the personas you would
Okay.
like
I'm trying to do the math in my head of what I need to do.
Shall we take a look?
I think I have the money to just fuse and summon. So we'll do this one. Get rid of. Oh, I can get rid of Dionysus, and
What do you wish to inherit?
I can get this. Yeah, this will work.
It seems no new powers
yes.
have been.
It's finally time.
But I find that the writer, once the writer has created the first half of the story, it's up to the reader to create the other half. And some readers will get what's on your page and they'll get only what you've handed them, right? Other readers will look at what you've made and add to it.
Take a look.
Kind of like the story is just the jumping off point for them to do even more mental
So you'll be summoning
work.
this one? May it be your inner strength.
that they really want to do more with that story because it fascinated them so.
Persona.
You can't control this
What the
one.
heck is this? Is this known as Sun Wukong? I see. I did not. That name threw me off. I was like, what is this? Or wow, we're getting up there in the super strong ones now. Let's see. Do I need? Oh my god, I need so many things.
Seeing what personas
Okay.
come to be is a great
How do I
joy
do
of
this?
mine.
How? There's so many things I need to do.
This persona is powerful.
Oh my god, there's so many persona I need to fuse for. Oh, but I'm missing Dionysus, so I need to... Crap.
This is your progress so far.
I need to resummon Dionysus.
Is this acceptable?
Thank you.
Very well. It's yours.
And it's true in video games too, these same ideas of
Shall we
how do we
take a
get stories and what do we get out of these stories based on what has been put in front of us. Am I
Seeing what
missing?
personas come to be is a great
I'm missing something.
joy of
Absolutely.
mine.
Yeah, and I think in all storytelling, the most difficult thing is trying to show that off. That makes sense. Like trying to
What do you wish
explain
to inherit?
how that all works. Let's see. Gigantic Fist, Mirrored Arrows.
It appears it will receive a
A new power emerges.
Okay, this one, I don't think I need, but we'll see. But yeah, I think that it's kind of why I like applying literary analysis to video games now, because it allows me this chance to show people how those skills can be used in a way that is actually fun. So I think too many, I feel bad for all the people who
Please take a look.
kind of fell off of enjoying storytelling and literary analysis because some teacher kind of kept
Please take a. You are already carrying.
they kind of kept pushing that that interpretations have to go one way. I don't know. I just don't find that to be true. I've had people come into stream and just telling me their interpretation on stories, and it's just like they're not wrong.
Does that persona catch your
They're
eye?
never wrong. I may disagree, surely, but they're never wrong. Because
Please, is this
interpretations can't be wrong.
It's yours.
Like, they might be a bit weird, maybe twisted. Might be that I disagree because it's like, well, there's, to me, it's like there's not enough, enough to,
Please, so you'll be
there's not
summoning
enough
this
there
one.
to prove that, but it doesn't mean that they're wrong. Even if I disagree.
Do you desire?
Can't really just sit there and be like, actually, I can't actually my way through that conversation. This isn't how it works. Okay, so
Take
This
I could probably get
persona
rid
is
of Trumpeter and keep Raphael.
This would be a wise choice. What do you wish to inherit?
Let's see, Agidine, Pufudine, Gogon, I counter.
It appears it will receive a well.
Yeah, we have many things now. We just needed Trumpeter for this, so I don't need to worry so much, I don't think. Fusion is probably gonna be the thing that I spend a lot of time doing. I do like this Raphael design. I don't know, he's very cool. I'll prevent it. I like those. Okay. These I need to think about what I need to do. Zuzu and Mata.
This persona is powerful.
Basically kind of the same thing, really. I'm just kind of trading around. Well, Mata has better endurance and strength. Could use Daisoju. Yeah, we'll use Daisoju. Because then these two can stay where they are. That's fine.
What do you wish to inherit?
This is fine. I was really sitting there trying to figure that out for a while. Let's see. I think we'll go with this.
It appears it will receive a...
So it begins.
Oh boy, okay. I'm sorry my brain had to take a moment to trying to do the arithmetic in my head of what needs to be done for today. We are past the hour mark, so I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone's week has been well. I think my week's been good. I think it's just been very tumultuous. Number of times I've been, you know, my plans have been in the air, which has been not my favorite thing. I'm doing well. That's good to hear, Crooked.
You choose.
I do know that when my plans are in the air, I get a little nervous, but
Which will you choose?
But I feel good now. I feel steady right now.
Have you all the elements you need?
But this weekend looks to be pretty busy for me, so I hope that it works well. I'm able to keep myself keeping on, you know, keep moving. I don't think it'll be too hard to do so, but we're done here. Trying to think if I need anything else. Hope so too. Yeah, and I know Sunday stream is still very much on. It's not like today where I'm nervous, but I think today's looking pretty good. Well, Sunday's looking great. Sunday's looking fantastic because I am looking forward to getting to play. I haven't played Smash Brothers in ages, so I'm looking forward to having an evening of that. That'll be good. Let's see. We'll resume from there. You at least get the chance to break on Friday, sort of. I kind of think that because I don't know when I have to go up and do some stuff. I have to drive up and do stuff, so I have no idea if I will. I know Saturday I'll be busy, and Sunday I might be doing more. I don't know. I know during the day I have to do yard work 2 days in a row, so that'll be again, which I think will be a bit difficult, but not impossible. It's a pretty dense time, but I'm pretty sure it'll be fine.
Shadow spotted.
It's one of those things where I'll just have to fit in, maybe not day breaks, but those kind of breaks that I can take in the middle of the day, sort of thing. Like Saturday after I get the stuff I need done that day, I can just, you know, take the evening off or something. I do know I'm also starting to gear up to do Dungeon Dragons again, off stream, you know, running my Saturday games, but I am wondering how well I'll be able to balance it with, because I put a fair bit of work into my D&D stuff, so I'm curious how well I'll be able to balance working on the campaign and doing other stuff, doing my weekly work. But I am going to try and I am hoping to run another campaign, which will be nice.
There's a shadow.
Because I did DM for about a year and a half. I ran a campaign that it did actually come to an end. And that was pretty cool. That one was a very long journey, but it was very fun. And there we go. But I ran one after that, but it didn't really get to take off because one person had to keep leaving. Well, like they weren't able, not like leave, but they weren't able to make it most times. So it's been a while since I've run a game, so I'm very curious to see how well I can do it still. I remember at one point I had the thought of trying to organize a D&D one-shot with some other streamers or something, but nothing ever came of it because I just couldn't really figure out who I would ask. And also because you'd want a campaign, you'd want a one-shot, well, it's a one-shot, you'd want a party that that gels, you know, you want people who can riff off each other. And I feel like I would prefer to almost record that one rather than, and you know, like edit it a little bit before rather than stream live, because I feel like it puts too much pressure on people to act.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Even though for me it's like D&D, it's like some people have been able to have just, you know, when they're playing they just go, oh, my character does this and this is the general gist of what they're trying to say, and it's like, oh, okay, of course. You don't need to give me the dialogue, you know, it's like, it's great if you can, but I don't need it.
Super annoying when adults say things like,
But it's a lot of fun to run D&D.
electricity's useless here.
How long is the new campaign looking to be? I'm not really sure because
Hit them where it hurts.
I feel like I run for longer because I know that the last one I ran went for like a year and a half, and that one was quite extensive. I feel like I should probably make this one a bit shorter so that you know, it's like there's at the very minimum a short-term goal and room to grow if it needs to, maybe. It's probably because it might well run a couple months, I think. I'm not sure yet. I feel like I need to expand the challenge depending on what I need to do.
We won't know it hit them.
It is. I feel like it's hard for me to guess how long it'll run, just because I'm not very sure, because you know, it's like I run 4-hour game. You know, it's like it's kind of like stream where I run for 4 hours and after those 4 hours, it's like, okay, cool, then you know, game's over, and I feel like it'd probably be a couple months, maybe. I guess that would be the time frame. Probably like 4 to 5, I think. Like if it doesn't, you know, it's because, you know, that's not accounting for delays or, you know, I give weeks. I guess it's a bit of an unfair question, I guess, in terms of level progression. Ah, I see. Let's see. They're starting at level 3 because I kind of prefer starting at level 3. I don't know. It's just my. At this, I think, especially with brand new players, level 1 is best to start at. With players who are either more experienced or have taken time to learn the rules and understand the game, level 3 is the best to start at, because level 3 is when every character has their subclass and they're pretty well understood in terms of a basic build, right? In terms of a character build. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have all the pieces or that they're, you know, complete. Just that they are. You definitely have a play style that you can get into. It's not like level 1. It's kind of hard to tell where your character's gonna go and what you're going for. At my first campaign, I actually started at level 1 so that everybody had the chance to learn the game over time. They also get to fight more interesting things. Yeah, exactly. Because it also elevates the threat a little bit more, so you can have more interesting things. I know the thing I like doing the most with a campaign, at least, is I like to start the campaign with a very mundane enemy. Something like bandits or goblins. I actually quite like starting with mundane enemies first, because it's actually mostly a training, it's a tutorial. It's very much a video game idea of, I like to give the D&D party a tutorial, not to learn D&D, but to learn how this party is going to work. You give them I like giving the party a basic, you know, like a very standard set of problems. It's like, okay, here's a group of people and you have an objective, you know, get this person, find this item. Sometimes in the last campaign, it's mean, it is neat that a goblin is a real threat to our level 1 party, but they and basically any enemy might be too effective as a threat to the point of annoyance. Some of that also comes down to how the DM runs them. And the key thing is that, for me at least, is that... Oh, that's fine. The one thing I have found, though, is that, especially with a D&D party, the one thing that I try to impress on my players is that not every threat involves violence. Which is actually very true. And I find that it's also a great example of again, it's like you give them a basic set of a threat. You give them a goblins, you give them a gang of goblins, give them, you know, just give them bandits, give them something that everybody has seen. And then rather than worry too much about, you know, how, you know, worrying about the, you know, the combat rating or XP or, you know, just putting them in a box and having them fight. The thing I like doing the most is letting them see a problem, and with their specific characters and their abilities, seeing how this group of characters uniquely handle a threat. It's like, okay, well, here's a group of bandits. Are you going to go in and persuade them? Are you going to fight them? If you're going to fight them, how do you do so? Are you going to intimidate them? Are you going to use stealth tactics, or are you going to just throw explosives everywhere and hope that you win? Let's see. We're going to level up Dog. And we're going to level up Aegis. Yes. Thank you. But I think that's the real reason for it. It's not necessarily it's not necessarily about the threat itself. It's about getting the players to start thinking of themselves as a team and see what they uniquely can add to their party. Take out, oh, whoops. There we go. And I think that's where I'm more interested in, is that when I present the situation, it's, okay, I want to see what this party is going to do. Okay, that is actually a threat to me right now because we don't have a full party. We're gonna go this way.
I am picking up powerful readings. Remain alert.
There we go. I think because let's use an example. Let me use an example because I think it would behoove me to do so. That, let's say you have a party of a barbarian, a rogue, a fighter, and a cleric. You know, I would say pretty standard. I think that you'd have that group of people would probably fight a group of bandits with, all right, we set up and we rush the opponents and we try to just blitz them and destroy them really quick. You know, using a combination of magic and fearless gumption and just destroy them. Don't ask questions, don't do anything. However, you have a party of, let's say, a bard, a wizard, a paladin, and a fighter. Change out, you know, a good chunk of the roster there. That party might consider using the bard might go in and try to persuade people, try to talk things down, try to figure out where, you know, what we're gonna do. And I think that that's the kind of thing I look for. Is looking for what are the players going to do with their characters? And how do they solve different situations? Okay, we don't really need Aga, so I'll swap that. Soul Shit is pretty good. Mamodun, we can swap that. There we go. Miragi Dine is very cool. Tempest Slash. Yeah, we don't need that one. There we go, very cool.
Let's do the same thing.
Alright, well, we leveled up those two, so now
A one-way teleporter is near.
we're gonna go right back and go get our party as intended. Feels bad, but I kind of prefer to... I just want to keep characters higher up in case we need them, not... Because I've kind of set in on what party members I want to use, so... Especially just for how my personas have evolved.
Keep going.
But that's kind of what I go for with as a DM.
A shadow.
Did return to a campaign that was long on hiatus recently. It feels great to be in the story again. It's a lot of fun when you get back in, and you get to get right back to it. It is very fun. But yeah, the party composition I find, and also it's the people behind the characters too. You know, it's like, okay, how are they gonna solve problems? How are they gonna, you know, how do they handle a situation when they're placed in? And I think it's nice as a DM for me, especially as a game designer, to be able to apply the things I understand about game design in this way to try and build something a little bit stronger. You know what? I am gonna grab Fortune. That actually is fun. Maximum HP for all would be good.
Crushing victory.
And also, it's an extra 8 HP for everybody. So that's really cool.
Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
But that's what I find, at least. I think with D&D, with a D&D campaign especially, I think you really want to...
The enemies nearby.
You really want to have... And you also want a campaign that fits the party and the players, right? The one I want to run now... I actually started it sounds weird to say pre-production, but to say it like that, but I started working on it while I was still thinking about Ace Attorney. Swap to Akihiko. And I felt it when I looked at what characters were in the story, because one of the important NPCs is a prosecutor, and the whole and 50%. I wanted it to be closer to 50-50 on, you know, role play heavy actions and combat actions, because I do think that I would like to try and make sure that I don't have. It's not in a bad way, but I kind of want to move away from the campaign I first ran, because it was a war story. You know, it's like, okay, this is a country at war. And that is really fun, but it did make it so that combat made up in a much larger section. But it didn't mean that there wasn't time for, you know, character moments or, you know, dialogue and, you know, people to talk to. But it did mean that for good chunks of the campaign, there were just times where it was going from one fight to the next kind of thing. Never a bad thing, but it can be difficult. It can be difficult at times, I think. But it also, you know, it was a very good campaign. I thought it was well done. It was also interesting seeing the players experiment and learn what it meant to them to be soldiers, and also to be, you know, to
Excellent leadership.
get into all these different battles. It was very interesting.
They say that God only gives us trials we can overcome. Do you think that's really true?
To Yukari, what the hell? Okay, I need to like sit for a moment. What the? Why? What the hell? That, I feel like that just like slapped me upside the head. I was in the middle of thinking about D&D, and then she just has to go, God, they say God only gives us trials that we can overcome. Do you think that's really true? Why? What the? That's funny to me, because our current campaign is kind of building into a war story, but our fights are so few and far between. It's mostly been extended family lines, the uncovering the past and discussions with gods. Do you think... I think about... In my head, I think about the quote of... It was from... my brain's gonna lose his name. Sonic in the movies, the actor, Ben Schwartz. I think about the quote from from when he was on Game Grumps of, "Do you think God listens when you scream?" I feel like, to some end, it is a question that will haunt some people for days.
It'll take a little more time.
But Oh my god. I think about that quote sometimes because it does come up sometimes, doesn't it? But the but yeah, I think war stories are interesting for D&D because D&D is very much a story about individuals doing great things. So when you put those individuals in the context of a war where thousands are involved, it makes some battles also just nightmarish to put together on a mat. But it also, because I run mine online anyway, so it's on Roll20, but it is quite a different sort when you're considering how that plays out in a campaign. But it is kind of curious, but it is amazing though what you can get from.
Think twice before engaging.
Amazing what you can get from a D&D campaign. I also got to watch them learn the game and do new things. I think one of the coolest moves I've ever seen in D&D was a little one. It was a small thing. It's a small thing in terms of the campaign on its own, but it was specifically. Hi, back from me. Oh, hope it was productive. But the best thing I've ever seen in D&D was that a friend of mine. It was actually when I was a player, because I was in a party, and he was going to use, I think it was called Earth Rupture. I forget the spell, but it's basically an earth spell that, you know, explodes the ground out in a 20-foot cube. And in my head, I'm thinking, but you can't put the cube down in any way that won't hit our friendlies, right? And then he says, well, what if I turn it 45 degrees and make it a diamond shape on the map? And I sat there and had to sit back. That's such a simple little thought of, well, why don't I just do that? And it was just like, it just kind of cracked my view of D&D open because I was thinking about it like, wait a minute, why don't we just do that? why don't you just do that? It's like, and it's one of those things that in the combat, it showed the precision and care of the character as well, because it's like, well, I don't want to hit my friendly, so I have to angle my attack so that I hit the people I need without wounding those that we want. But
there's a chest. Wanna try opening it?
I do know that also I'm very hands-on as a DM. I like to help with character development stuff. I'm always very excited about D&D. I had another thought about something else. It's also cool seeing the problem solving at play. I also, as a DM, one thing I like doing is I like to allow players to do what I like to call fusion, which is that if a player says, I want to use a move in conjunction with this other move that someone else is doing, I try to combine them in ways that affect the environment and the enemies. The one I think about is somebody using Shatter inside of a Storm Sphere, which created what I call the fabled Blood NATO. It is exactly as disgusting as you think it is. Basically, it turned a Storm Sphere into an area of, like, you can't see into it, you can't see out of it. It was doing horrible damage because, you know, Blood NATO. But it was because a bunch of people exploded. It was, but I like doing that sort of thing where if two players have an idea to combine their abilities, I want to be able to do so because it's very cool.
That was excellent leadership.
It's actually because Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2, because that game's entire mechanic was the fusion moves, where two characters could do a super move and it would combine the moves. And I really liked that idea. It's very fun. It's very cool. That's the kind of thing I really liked seeing. I saw it a lot in that first campaign I ran. I think the other one that kind of made me laugh was seeing I'll have to play a D&D game of any kind with you at some point, not even necessarily with you as DM, just at some point in some arrangement. I feel like as a player, I'd probably give the DM a slight amount of anxiety because I do play characters that I have played characters that are very perturbing because I am a DM. I know the rules, and That's why I always ask the DM, like, okay, what are your rules in these? I ask, like, you know, not because I'm like, oh, I won't play without whatever. It's like, no, it's more, okay, this does change what characters I will bring in. And not too much, because, like, you know, it's like if I say, oh, what's the magic level of your setting? What's the, you know, basic things, but because I want to be also courteous to the DM, because if the DM's letting me play in their game, I want to make sure that I make a character that doesn't just piss them off. I really don't like doing that. I think there was a DM I played with where I was joining games online on Roll20 for a little bit, where I think the Dungeon Master got mad at me because I think he found it frustrating that I could find ways to get information that, because the other two players didn't really move, they wouldn't really do anything, and I think they wanted a third player in the party so that, you know, someone would move the story forward. But I think he was a little mad that I could do so at a whim, because I was playing a rogue druid multi-class, and giving a spider, like a wild-shaped spider, cunning action basically meant I could sneak into any building, and I could find any I could get into places really easily. It also meant that, you know, I'm a rogue, so breaking and entering was kind of my deal. But the thing was that I was doing so for a good reason, because you know, it's like, oh, I see that somebody's been kidnapped, so I'm gonna break them out of here. And then the person never gave me information because they were just like, what, you know, it's like they were, it just wasn't how it was gonna work, I guess. But it did kind of feel like, oh, okay. But the character never really got to do, the character's actions never got to amount to anything, because I think the DM was kind of worried that I would just zip off and do something, but it was kind of like, well, I'm not going to sit here and wait for these two guys to stop shopping for coats, you know? It's like, that's not really what I play D&D for. Like, they're sitting around, going around to the shopping districts, and I'm like, dude, I kind of sitting there like, what are you guys on about, man? But I actually do play, I like playing characters that also move things forward. You know, it's like, my favorite Dungeons & Dragons character I've ever played, who never got to see his story end, which is why I'm going to write a book for him one day, is a character named Corvin. He is my favorite. He is my favorite boy. He is also an absolute mess of a human being, and he was my favorite to play. And he was a Way of Mercy monk, and he made a consistent habit of being the most cavalier with everything. Wow, this sucks. I had Oberon equipped. I'm gonna take this, and then I'll just release it. It's fine. Yeah, because I had Mata equipped. Oh, well. Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. That's still okay. I'm okay with that. But I definitely enjoy being on both sides of the Dungeon Master screen, because it's fun no matter what. But I do try to, if somebody lets me play in their sandbox, I want to respect it. OpenAI is rebooting its robotics team. Hey, that's very cool. That's very excellent. Good for them. Also, that's good that they're able to. I don't know how long they were not at work, but I hope that they're able to get right back to it. That's very cool. But yeah, I am very much a. I feel like if I wish I could. I feel like that would be a fun thing to just run some kind of D&D on this channel at some point. I don't know how I would do it. I don't know what it would look like, but I would like to one day. That would be cool. I think also I like the idea of. I don't know if I would want to be on the player side or the Dungeon Master side on that one. It probably would be really cool if I ran a game in the setting that I've, you know, in the worlds I've worked in, which would be kind of cool. Because then it's like, oh yeah, this is a story that could have happened. I am a big, it would be like, oh yeah, this is just one of those stories that happened in, you know, some point in the, I think about Eidola Tales, it's like, oh yeah, this is just one of those stories like that, where it's just, oh yeah, somewhere, some place in the world, boom.
Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to
D&D.
the next.
Should probably be. I need to be fighting more enemies. I mean, I'm just here for Arcana Burst.
Shadow up ahead.
I really am here for Arcana Burst, and that's kind of it. But I do like the. I do like the notion of. I like the notion of respecting the Dungeon Master, because it's not my game to run. That is something I remember finding very frustrating with playing with some players, where I end up kind of mad because they're not really respecting the Dungeon Master or their time. Like, not really into that. I should stop swapping to Oberon, but it's fine. But yeah. Thinking about also that OpenAI stuff, I was thinking a lot this week about technology, and I was thinking about trying to figure out what is the moral standard that should be held for it. But it made me wonder, can you hold a moral standard for all technology? Because not all technology is made equal. You know, it's like, is there an immoral way to use like a blender? Which, that does seem like a very reductionist way to approach artificial intelligence or computers, but it does help bring into perspective the notion, at least to me. I think it's just because thinking about it lets me think about the way that technology is defined. So I think often it's easy to say that technology is just, computers and robots. But it's not simply that. It's like it involves it. It includes it, but not excludes anything else. It's almost like, and it made me wonder though, it's like, does a moral standard have to be set up for every technology that exists? If that makes sense. Like, do you need to have a moral standard for... now I'm thinking about it. Do you need is there a moral standard for rubber bands?
Teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
And then an answer actually came to my brain. It does when it gets out of hand or exploitative.
Like the others.
See, and then I thought about it. It's like, my friend's first thought when I talk about technology developments is what's the ethical issues it creates? Well, and it's like, what's funny to me is that when I said, oh, is there an immoral way to use rubber bands? And then I thought about, oh yeah, when you take a piece of paper, fold it 8 times, and then use a rubber band as a slingshot to throw it at somebody. And like hit them in the back of the head or something with with a wad. And it's like, yeah, that's exact when it gets out of hand, exactly. But I think specifically to me that it's more about there's three views to look at when it comes to technological advancement, and it's why it's about answering the what and for who and the why. And I think as long as those 3 questions can it be answered with some level of certainty, I think we're good. It's like, okay, well, why train AI to be able to speak? And it's like, oh, well, if you're able to create a language program that is able to... I was wondering if I should scan these guys. Yeah, we'll just use the theurgy, it's fine. But when it comes to stuff like... I think ethics is always the first thing people jump at with especially with computer-based technology, because we have too many examples in fiction that scare people into worrying about that sort of thing. I think about it a lot, but that's just because in the back of my head, there will always be the Terminator. I think it's just because it's one of those movies I saw when I was a little bit too young to see it.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
But I think it is, it's a genuine fear that man will make monsters and monsters will destroy their creators. So that'd be the only real worry, is that somebody would create a monster without reckoning what it would mean. Kind of the idea of Frankenstein's monster, or... Because I think Frankenstein's probably the best... That story alone is probably the best example of what it means to make something and then ignore its suffering. I think that story is really the progenitor to all of this. At least in my opinion. It definitely seems like that story is where this started. It's like, oh yeah, you resurrected you made a new person out of parts, and then you didn't consider that this person would be a suffering person, would suffer. I think I remember watching Overly Sarcastic's video about Frankenstein, and it's amazing how actually incompetent Dr. Frankenstein is. In the actual book, there's big computers created that are powered by human brain organoids, by the way. Intriguing. Perturbing. But intriguing. I think it only is perturbing to me only on the notion of I wonder what it feels like to be a computer human brain organoid. Does that create a sort of ODaM situation where you have Victor's not a very responsible guy? You know what's really funny is that of all the mad scientists that built up the archetype of the mad scientist, Dr. Jekyll is the most responsible. I think Dr. Jekyll is probably the most responsible one because he took notes. He took very thorough notes about his scientific process and what he did. He tested on himself and not on other people. And when something went wrong, he took responsibility. Even if it meant, like, shutting off all of his, unspecified base urges and also kind of locking himself in a room. But at the very minimum, he took responsibility for the bad he did with his science. Meanwhile, Victor Frankenstein is just a dork, and he thinks that nobody else's suffering is his fault. It's like Dr. Jekyll is a scientist who does something kind of dumb, but overall is at least an ethical scientist. And Victor Frankenstein is that guy with a god complex who thinks that making man in his own image was a great idea. Truly. Wisdom. The big brain play. I'm trying to think if there's other mad scientists that I could lump in with them. It also feels kind of bad that Frankenstein's the only one that people actually think about. It's like, man, Jekyll and Hyde was a great story, and Dr. Jekyll's pretty good. He's pretty good at his job. I mean, it depends on how you interpret the Hyde part. I've seen many people interpret his transformation as purely cosmetic, and that Jekyll chose to do terrible things with his new identity. The original book, from what I read, I kind of saw it that Jekyll and Hyde were actually two separate people in the same, that kind of just it's like I almost wonder if it's like a form of mania on his part, but I do wonder that he sectioned off that part of his personality and it became its own person over time. Because I do know that I know that the book actually describes the transformation as, like, he actually appears younger as Hyde because he spent less time in that form. So I don't know. It depends on your interpretation, I suppose. That is a fair point, though. That it is entirely interpretation. But I do think that it is important, though, that that he, at the very least, still understood when he did something truly reprehensible. But nevertheless, I do think that
Went off without a hitch. Let's get going.
of the classical scientists, I think he was a little bit better than most. You know what's funny is that I'm thinking about, okay, what scientists would be considered bad ones? And I immediately thought of the father from Mad Father. That one's just like, he's way up there with Frankenstein and being awful. He's not even good at science. My friend's concerns are, what impact does this technology have on the meaning of being human? Oh, that's a different angle. Because I don't think that artificial intelligence doesn't really change what it means to be human. I always think more about the well-being of the technology itself rather than the actual rather than its effect on us, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think about it from that angle often. I don't know. That's an interesting point. Because you think social media and instant gratification have a really bad effect on the way people treat each other? I will say I don't know about social media, because social media is it's been always a tool for talking to people. But I think instant gratification is probably one that is a fair point. At least in the terms of discussing how it affects how people treat each other. Because I have seen that there are a number of people who really want their dopamine and their serotonin, and they want it now. And I do think that it does have an effect on people who aren't conscious of it. Because I think some people... Oh, excuse me. I do think that some people have fallen prey to it, but I don't think it's... Don't necessarily believe that it's something that everybody is affected by the same way. I think especially in places like stores, I think especially with stores or spaces where people are expecting a service. In terms of being human, I think it has to adapt with technology just as it has since forever. I guess the question, and I guess by extension the part of this that maybe your friend is questioning is, this is probably I don't know of any other technology. It's probably the first time where a technology has been made where we are creating a creature, a thing, that can rival human cognition. Which I also think is kind of silly to think about it that way, because animals have been around forever. And I know that not all animals are at the same, you know, mental, emotional level as people, but I think that since time immemorial, there's always been creatures on this earth that reckon with, you know, the things in this world. And humans have got along just fine, so adding another one to it doesn't change the world immediately. But the human condition has changed with technology, and it will again.
The enemy's easily charmed. Do you have a skill for it?
Charm? I see. I don't have any of that. But I do think that the instant gratification bit is something I can consider, because that does affect how people approach each other and technology around, and the you know, the events around people. Don't agree with people who say the internet plus anonymity makes everyone turn vile. I think I think my current thesis on that is that it doesn't make people turn evil, but it removes the barrier between their true intention and themselves. That makes sense. Like, when you place somebody in the internet, they will choose how to act.
We don't see that kind of chest.
And the thing is that I think the ways that people choose to act on the internet are closer to the self than you could reasonably get when you talk to someone in person. Because when you put a shield in between you and other people, how do you act? And maybe some people turn worse. I think some people do turn worse on the internet. You place somebody behind a screen and they're allowed to mess with people, they will absolutely do so. But some people reject that notion. I would say a lot of the more wholesome streamers, the people who foster great communities, those that try to make people's lives better, you know, happier, try to help people with their entertainment, those types fight that. Maybe there is a temptation behind their masks, that there is a temptation to be awful, right? That maybe there is some part of them that says, I really want to be horrible to this person right now. And they don't. I think that's good. I think of that Parthenax quote from Skyrim, the what's better, to be born good or to be, or to, you know, become good, to be born good or overcome your evil with great effort. I'm paraphrasing, but the point is that some people, something my dad says, yeah, it's like, well, some people are born inherently good, and the internet just gives them a place that they can be better. That, you know, it's like, oh, I can be good to more people, and I can share my happiness with other people. And that works out very well, I think. I think that actually is very good for people. Some people are born bad and only become worse when placed in a situation where they can be bad and have little consequence. And then there are people who go the other way, where they are normally a good person, but when placed behind a screen, they get worse. And then there are people who are naturally inclined for bad, to do bad things, or to be, you know, fairly awful. And then they fight through that and become better because they can see the potential to be better. And I think that a lot more people see good in other people and change themselves accordingly. It's actually interesting how many times I've seen stories, you know, I've seen comments under other streamers or other, especially I think when I look at big streamers and I see those people who say that seeing somebody being an inspiration for others and being a role model made them want to be better. And I think on that a lot, because that's somebody who could have been worse, trying to be better because somebody inspired them to. And I think that's wonderful. I don't know if the internet to me is a tool. Again, it's one of those things that it can be used for good or evil, but it isn't moralized. Oh, I went right. Can you choose wrong at this point? Oh, no, you can't. Oh, really? Very curious if you choose wrong at this point. Left next, maybe? It's a coin flip, so we'll see. Nope. Hogwash. Oh, well, what are you gonna do? Oh, there it goes. Big catch we lost. We'll have our revenge next time. Drop something while it ran away. That's not too bad. But I think that is the... that's how I feel about the internet still. Don't think that'll ever change. I think it's the same with video games and with gaming overall. Same idea that some people might use it for... They might just want to use it for the sake of aggrandizing themselves. Use it for bad things. Maybe try to push some sort of idea or agenda. But some people are gonna go out and make things because they want to make people happy. I don't know. So I guess it just depends on the person at the helm. Hope one day that'll be what I do. I hope I push people to be better. Maybe not push them is the wrong word, but I hope that I give them I hope I can be that person someday. That somebody raised themselves seeing an example. I don't know. I guess it's just my hope is that I make someone happy with everything I do. I thought about that. I think about that, and I thought about just the last time I played Magic the Gathering. Is that happening in the game right now? Let's see. Let's see. We lost a party member, which was very tragic. and my brain is trying my best not to let it sit on me very long, because I'm pretty sure thinking about that longer will make me sad again. We did talk to... Well, Ken ran away from home for a little bit, and by home I mean here, by the dorm. And we were able to... We did have to reckon with our goals. We're training in Tartarus right now because I wanted to be ready for the next full moon. It was also just because I wanted to make sure that I had all the resources I needed for later. Because I am not very certain about my power level right now. I think I'm pretty strong, but I'm training right now only because I want to. I'm also trying to do more of the social links, because some of them I have not quite finished yet.
Try to remember where it is.
Found the stairs.
But the main goal right now in-game is to get to the last shadow. So hopefully we find another shadow. Well, like the big one. Like the big one we've seen at every full moon. Hello. And right now we're training for that intended purpose. Still don't have the... We don't have the other theurgy yet, but... We'll just, we'll just knock these guys out. I'm also trying to figure out what is coming next in the game, because right now we don't have a ton in terms of information on what's coming next. I know that we're going towards the next big full moon, but I don't really know what is going to happen next when we get there, because every Persona, and this is mostly just prior knowledge, but every Persona game I've seen, at the very least, you know, Persona 5 goes an entire year, and we're not actually close to getting to a full year yet, so I'm kind of concerned what that means, at least in my mind, because I don't really know what it means to say that, oh, we're not even into the next year yet. So I'm very curious where that's gonna go. Oh. Well, thanks, Akihiko. I think that summarizes it well. Do you have any other questions? I guess if there's any clarification I need to throw down, I will try my best to answer. I've also been trying to put together more party members so that we have everything we need in terms of versatility. Oh, whoops. There we go. And right now, the thing I like doing now with it's when we don't have a new floor to explore, I like to just go for an Arcana burst because it makes it easier to know when to stop. I don't have anything that works with that, huh? Well, let's just get a Shiki OG and... Actually, wait, don't we have... Oh, Mata is the one with mirrored arrows, that's right. But I'm generally trying to train up because I know that it can be... The game can swing in difficulty without me knowing. I think especially after the last fight, it reminded me that boss battles are going to be tough for me. Mainly because boss battles in hard mode, because we're playing on hard mode, remember. Boss battles in hard mode do have the detriment is that they have a lot of HP. So it can be really tough to put a fight down quickly. Oh boy. He drinks more water.
Now's our chance.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
Might be good for me to... Thinking about it critically, it might be good for me to back off once we get... once we actually get what we're looking for, once we get our Arcana burst, I think we do want to take it easy in terms of coming back to Tartarus, because we don't really need to come here every night. Granted, I have very little else to do because we've maxed out our social stats, and we can't go for social ranks outside of the daytime. So it is a little awkward because it means that we don't have the ability to push that.
Certainly went well.
There's a shadow.
At least from my understanding, we can't. So we need to find some way to use our time. Especially, I mean, occasionally there's stuff to do in the dorm. Yeah, but it's that is more. It feels a little bit more conditional. So it is one of those things where I kind of have to luck out a little bit getting something. I just block it. Nah, I'd win. Oops. There we go. Yeah, but I guess the key is that I know, well, since I don't need to work on my social stats anymore, I'm very focused in on social ranks and the stuff in the story I want to do. So, I mean, granted, I say I'm focused in on social ranks and then immediately drop Kenji, but then again, Kenji does not deserve.
Now on to the next.
I don't know what it is precisely, but I just don't like him. It's like, I found out that he wants to date a teacher, and my brain immediately went, ew. Kinda like, I dropped him like wet food in the sink. It was just like, I don't want to touch it. I'd really rather not even consider touching it. Like, touching it is not an option. That's not okay. In a weird way, that's kind of how I feel about, Maya, the lady on the lady on the game. I'm not very into that. I don't have enough to even do that, do I? Wow. Do we have an item for this? No. You know what? I'll just Jack Brothers. It'll be fine. I'm sure this will work. But I have noticed that my inclinations for certain social ranks have dropped immediately. I feel like those two, it's gonna be if I finish everybody else, I will maybe go back and get. I will maybe go back and go get Kenji and Maya, but I am not that worried about it, to be honest.
Really exhausted. Please consider coming back to the entrance.
Oh, I look exhausted? I will eat egg before I go back to the door. I will eat the egg before I go back. I just do this, though. There we go. See? No more exhaustion. That's... You know what, actually, that's probably a very unhealthy way to think about it, huh? But nevertheless, I think right now, especially, we have some social ranks that would be really nice to finish. So I'll just punch them. Punch them. I think especially with. Oh wait, she reflects ice. That's right. Can I use wind? I'll try it. At this point, there's no detriment to trying it. So there we go. Okay, I will say I'm kind of sad we're not getting shuffle times, but honestly, we probably. No, I should be good. I should be a good lad. And the Persona 5 and Kawakami, it's like, yeah, you want to help this lady. She's being extorted. She needs help. And hit you with the weird student-teacher thing out of left field near the end. So I can understand why we're not provided that kind of stakes. Nothing compelling about the prospect of talking to Maya. Yeah. I think especially for me, it's just kind of like the conversations I've already had with her. It's like, it feels like, oh, this is just a person chatting somebody up on the internet and being very flirty about it in a weird way. Like, in my head, it kind of reminds me of those people who would flirt with people on, like, Roblox, or, like, you're playing WoW, you're playing World of Warcraft, and you're thinking, yeah, this is the place to hit on people. It's like, You know, some people are just gonna be there to play the video game. Like, ugh. Sort of thing that I think it's more specifically like the old school AOL instant messaging, like IMing. I don't know, something about it just it just makes me feel uncomfortable.
Sanada-senpai is running out of stamina.
I think it's also because reading all the leet speak
Let's go.
just doesn't do it for me. I am beginning to realize though that the thing that kind of the thing that kind of frustrated me was that it wasn't that hard to decode who the person was behind the screen. Like, I didn't have to look anything up to figure out who Maya was. It was just, oh, one day in class, the teacher said specifically, oh, I know how to speak. Oh, you know, I've been inventing my own way to talk on the internet, huh? And I'm like, well, you could have said it any louder for me, who you are.
The shadows are getting even more powerful.
And it was kind of one of those, oops, the character kind of accidentally showed me exactly who they were. But also, it's just like, that's just weird. Rapid bands.
Not bad.
Sure.
I appreciate it.
What is this weapon exactly? I kick out rapid bands. Okay, so this one, physical evasion. For 13 points of damage, it's not really worth it. Because I think the doubled crit chance would be nice. Granted, he hasn't landed a crit since we put him on, but still. It's the principle of the thing. Okay, well, wait a minute. Did we ever... I just realized, did we ever actually finish the monad door up here? Did we ever finish that door? No, we didn't. You know what? I'm gonna do something a little bit awkward. One egg. Okay, we're going back in that door. We didn't finish this yet. I'm gonna go in there. To explore monad? Yes. I'm just gonna go straight in. I don't care. Just go straight in there. But with Persona 5, at least with Kawakami, it's, I think especially with the confidants, all of them except for Oga, I think all of them had something else going on besides just, oh, a romanceable NPC. It's like, no, these people have issues and and you want to try and help them. And that's the important thing, was helping people become more complete by, you know, helping them through their problems. And it was only after you got to know these people and talk to them, and by extension getting to truly help them through their darkest hours, that you would have any semblance of romantic activity, which does come out of nowhere for a lot of things. But at the same time, salvation has come. Tomorrow the Prince of Salvation will be born. I shall leave my pen and document in the sealed cathedral. It will become a land of eternity once the shadow's effects reach their peak. What? I see. MR 6 was very... This book is very book, as I understand. Okay, more enemies. But I have found that I feel like in this game there are some characters that just aren't. There's more characters that aren't worth talking to than there are characters that are...
Still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
It feels like some characters are just... it's pretty easy to avoid them, which feels bad.
I'm ready.
Let's lower their defense. Do we have Theurgy yet? Change relic identified weaknesses.
That'll impact your accuracy and evasion. Do this.
I think when it comes to my turn, I'm gonna need to...
Your speed's been lowered.
I'm gonna use something I haven't used in a while. Let's look for it. Let's see. Do we have any... Raises one ally's everything. Raises parties everything. Raises stat all of one ally stats for 3 turns. Let's see. We'll use the Dekundamir. Get rid of that. But yeah, I do find that it is.
One step at a time.
Should I stand on
I think some character things just feel very odd
This is what we're up against.
when placed in the contexts that we have later. Question: if I use this might help. This might help us stay alive. Yeah, myriad arrows could have been bad. Only one person got hit, and that's not too bad.
This will do the
That's
trick.
our leader.
Not too bad. Okay, this one seems to be the one that is gonna be the problem, so we're gonna get rid of it first. Oh, yeah, never mind.
The enemy's frozen. Now's your chance.
Let's see. Use Windbreak. Can get rid of resistances, so that's pretty solid. Actually, wait. I could use my own myriad arrows. Here we go. I had to think about it for a moment, but I could just use my own myriad arrows. Follow this up with Jack Brothers. Try and knock down the other boy. Go for an all-out attack. It won't shuffle time, but it will at least give me the chance to knock out. Yep, because it'll knock out the sarcophagi, and then it'll leave me with one target only. And the fight's basically won. Holy crap. Yeah, this basically wins the fight. I wonder if anyone's made a fan game for Persona where all the characters are like adults instead of students. Not a game, but I have seen someone do something like that to an extent. Specifically, there's an artist who who basically took the characters and swapped them, like the teens were adults and the adults were teens. Something like that. Probably would be better if it was probably would be cool if it was a game itself, but I think it would be interesting if you had Persona with adult characters instead, but I kind of wonder how Persona would work. As in, like, how...
Oh, hello.
Salut.
I guess I'm wondering how Personas would be working. I know that Persona 5 Strikers has a character that is an adult who gets a Persona, which is kind of cool. Because I believe it's Valjean is the Persona name, if I remember correctly. Very cool looking. But I feel like the trouble is that I guess the trouble is, how do you write the same types of stories? How do you write the same types of stories for teenagers without teenagers at the front? Starry, you'll be able to pick one additional card during shuffle time. Acquiring the Book of Sadi, the number of major arcana cards is increased by 1. Puzzling cards hidden away in already strange space. Tartarus is a tower full of mystery. I don't know if it's that hard, actually. Well, it's not that it'd be hard. I don't think it'd be hard, but it would change the context of half these stages are written like adults. I know it. Well, I guess the trouble with Persona 3 specifically is that every single kid here has seen death. They have witnessed it, and they have matured past. They've matured past where they should be at this point in their story because the world forced them to. And Persona 5, I guess, was the same way. No, I guess Persona 5 was the same way. I don't know enough Persona 4. I wonder though. I guess I just wonder what... Let me think. I'm also gonna save while I think. I actually think it might be because of the stakes, maybe. Because teenagers, I think there are two things that limit a teenager. One is that they do not have full autonomy. Because a teenager, at the end of the day, still has to go to school, listen to their parents, you know, when these kids have parents, and generally have to be... they're pretty much limited in what they are able to take on because of the nature of being a kid, being a teenager. And that allows for some restrictions that you couldn't get with adults, which would be really cool, but I don't know if the story would be the same. But it does make me wonder though because Shin Megami Tensei's were a lot of the less...
Registering, I see, is overriding.
Don't really know how to best put it, but it's like the more adult stuff happens in Shin Megami Tensei, but that's because often these are people fighting
take a look.
you know, literal Satan,
Now, then, let's begin.
just more often than not, but...
What kind of persona?
Oh, Barong.
This persona is powerful.
I remember you. You're the good boy. Because you're the one that's the... Yeah, you're Rongda's eternal rival, and he is the good boy. Do I need to give up for this? Bishamatan and Kurama Tengu? Yes, give me Barong.
Please choose what skills.
I'm trying to think precisely what it is, but I think it might also be that a lot of that Persona 3 and 5, from what I've seen, they're written almost like coming of age stories, where these are teenagers trying to figure themselves out, and it is in that struggle of trying to also, you know, balance life and the way that the world is against their ideals. Because I feel like with adults, a lot of them come set in a way when you find them in the story, and obviously they can grow through it. But I find that there's a number of...
Begins.
Oh no, I gotta... Oh, they screwed... Oh... Oh, it's not a good... This is... Oh, I failed the fusion. Just think about the other percentages. Who have I to come? Why did I choose this path? I think that would be a very fun story. But I wonder if it's just on the right... If it's on the writer's side.
Oh dear.
I wonder if it's on the writer's side, where...
Oh.
Oh, fuck. Oh. Holy crap. No, I know this one. I know this one. Failed successfully. Yeah, I got the freaking blue eyes white dragon. Oh my god, that's actually amazing. No, Seth is awesome. Okay, but that does mean I need to go get the...
Are you in search of new
Okay, do I have... Wait, do I have space? I guess the question is, do I have the space for... Okay, I do. Good. Summon...
Please take a look.
Oh god, I have to remember what I use as material. Uh-oh. What did I use as material? Kurama Tengu.
Browse to your heart's content. Please take a look. Is this
Kurama Tengu.
acceptable?
Give. Thank you.
It's yours.
So I actually do want I do want your boy Barong. Which one of the 4 ding dongs was it? Oh.
This persona, yes?
Oh, lucky me.
Is this acceptable?
Lucky me, I found exactly what I was looking for. Task failed successfully. Give me the dog. Give me the dog this time, please.
Choose what skills to inherit.
Agidine. Okogan. Myriad arrows and high counter.
It appears.
Give me the dog.
Well, well, well.
Thank God. Dog. My name is Barong. I've taken a liking to your honesty. Allow me to protect you from tragedy. Okay, dog, I love you. I also am going to do something very awful. I'm going to fuse you with your dark twin. So I want to see what, or at least I want to see what it does. I at least want to see what happens. Summon.
This is your progress so far.
I need the power to fuse dog.
This, so you'll be summoning this one? May it be your inner strength.
Okay, question. What does this actually do?
Are you in...
Please choose the personas you would like to fuse.
You can't control this one yet.
Can I just say, seeing that this is what you get from these two is... I like that.
What kind of persona?
I see. So this is an instant way to get Shiva if I ever need it. I see. I understand. I also have a million ways to make Thor. Why can I make Thor so easily?
Seeing what personas
Oh.
come to be is a great.
This would be a wise choice.
Oh god, I forgot. I forgot how scary she is. Goddess of death and destruction, another face of Parvati. Violent, bloodthirsty, wears a string of skulls and carries bloody weapons. She also blesses her followers. I see. I would like to keep Seth. So I will resummon Seth when I'm done.
This person, what do you wish to inherit?
Myriad arrows. Asa, Petrikarn, and High Counter.
It appears it will receive.
There we go.
A new power
Excellent.
emerges.
And then we'll resummon Blue Eyes White Dragon and we'll be good. This lady, the thing I remember about Kali is seeing her in SMT 5. She, like, that particular demon shows up everywhere in the Temple of Eternity, so I'm very used to seeing this character out of this setting, which perturbs me a lot. It perturbs me a lot, actually. I'm gonna keep Tetrakarn. I think I'll do this. Very cool. Okay. Summon
This is your progress
Dragon.
so far.
How much is it? Okay, it's not too bad to summon Dragon.
Acceptable? Very well, it's yours.
Very cool. I have used all of our finances. Excellent.
We look
I have used all of my money. That is fine. Money is of no object. This is good. This is good. Alrighty. Now then. We got our Kana Burst earlier, so we can just dip. I'll save. We have 70% of the compendium done. So we are very well off right now because we have 70% of the compendium. All of our social stats are done. And we have, I think, 3 or 4, 10 ranks. Hey, the exam results are up. Oh, hey, cool. How'd I do? Scored the highest in my grade. Everyone is looking at me with respect. I am so smart. Come to think of it, Mitsuru promised to give me a gift if I scored well. Let's just talk to Mitsuru when I see her. Lunchtime's almost over. I should get back to class. I did excellent. We're doing well.
And it becomes this.
Round up like this, and the answer is x equals 1. It isn't? Oh, I see. This becomes 11, so x equals 2. Hang on, what? Okay, your assignment is to figure this one out. Wasn't that fun? Numbers are so interesting. With a different problem like this, once it's solved, it becomes a simple concept. What? Now, to take my point, while not the same as coming of age, I think exploring adult characters unfulfilled in their lives would create an incredible theme. These characters are people who gave up who they might have preferred to be just to fit to the standards of others. Obligations or bad luck transpired to make them people that they find boring, unfamiliar, or perturbing. By unlocking their personas, they begin their journey to find themselves again. See, that would be fantastic. No, I think you're onto something very good there. Thinking about it, because that would be fantastic. Yeah, because because it's kind of like you start from a character who's already broken down a little bit and has to fix themselves, not a character who hasn't fulfilled themselves and becomes their complete self. You know where it originally came from? 0. Oh boy, I need to go look that one up. Because in my head I want to say Egypt, but I don't think that's correct. I think it's India, but... It's India. Oh wow, I was right. Holy crap, really? I was not expecting to be right on that. That's right, you really must be a math fan. Is it fascinating how someone just came up and conceived the concept of emptiness one day? That was Arabia. I know that I think it was... I'm trying to remember, let's see. Birth of the 0, all of mathematics took an enormous leap forward. You know what? I think it was because... I think Arabia... I know that the Arabic numbers became the standard for the notation, but I don't think 0 itself came from Arabia. I think the concept of 0 came from India, and then due to, you know, the trade of the two places, I believe that's when it was put together. Maybe. Could go to Ikari soon. Odagiri. Man, I haven't talked to Odagiri in a while. You know, we'll go talk to him. It's been a while since I've talked to that boy, so I will go hang out with him. Check for Mitsuru in the room. Oh yeah, you're right. Mitsuru. Oh, she's not here. Oh wait, I just remembered something. Hang on. I just remembered what I need to do. Hang on. Polonium all. Also, can I go into the CD store finally? Store sells a variety of music. I see.
Good
Something I can
day.
assist you with. Requests.
Are you accepting a request?
Ask Elizabeth. My.
I've been waiting.
Waiting for you. Shall we be on our way? Yes. No, we're just taking her in.
Gakukan High School, a place of learning. It's quite a shock that such a warm, illustrious institution transforms into Tartarus every night.
How many people can see her?
You know that, girl? Oh dear, what a conundrum. Everyone here seems to have a predetermined form of attire. I fear I may draw too much attention. I hope this won't pose a problem.
She's in bright blue. What will you do?
Please excuse me as I make myself less conspicuous. If I stay hidden from
I'm
view
delighted.
this way, then there won't be a problem, correct? Now then.
What do you mean? What? She's just gonna walk right behind me? That is...
This is a pleasant surprise.
bread.
To think there would be a bastion of commerce within the walls of academia. Could you please wait here for a moment? There's something I've been curious about for a while. Excuse me, I would like to purchase a school lunch.
It's like my brain hurts with this, but I...
Sorry?
Oh, dude, it's like all of my body, God bless her. Oh, dude, my body is in pain right now. Every part of my being is like, dude, I just want to like walk away. Yeah, I saw bread.
I would have liked a taste of this school lunch, as it is a rare delicacy only served in some facilities.
My body hurts.
But I've heard that having bread for lunch is also part of the school experience. That will be a fine substitute.
Oh, what in the goddamn is happening, man? My body hurts. Bread.
Now that I've checked that off the list, let us proceed. As for where I'd like to go next,
Elizabeth, I will
shall
make
we
you a school
visit
lunch.
homeroom?
Ham and cheese on the bread. Actually, I used to do PB&J. I did not do ham and cheese.
So this is a classroom. With so many students and desks, it's no wonder there's
Oh,
hardly
man.
any space between them.
I remember my school lunch was granola bar, peanut butter jelly. I think some, it used to be Tostitos, like the little round, the tiny rounds, like a small Ziploc bag of those. Some cookies. And I used to just bring like, I think it was like water.
Perhaps. Ah, I see. It's designed this way to foster a sense of harmony between classmates.
Peanut butter crackers, small applesauce cup, sandwich, banana maybe. Yeah, see, I
I
think
can sense the care put into this arrangement.
I think like the best lunch form is you need to hit all 5 food groups. It's like you need to have a grain, like some sort of protein, maybe not meat, but you know a protein of some kind, a fruit / veggie, and something that is sweet like sugary, like a reward, something nice.
This observation post must be what they call a podium.
How do you not know what a podium is, Elizabeth? Don't you read?
Interesting. When I stand here, I do feel a longing to teach well up inside of me.
She is having so much fun.
First question. Between diet food and super diet food, which is more delicious?
Super?
That is correct.
Super?
As a reward for giving the correct answer, you shall receive your own portion of super diet food.
It's just like, oh, I got that wrong.
Is this what a classroom lecture is like? The quizzical stares are beginning to make me feel unsettled. Let us carry on with the tour.
She's just like, yes, I am being stared at. It is time to go.
This humanoid figure, did they seal him inside the plaster to prevent him from escaping?
I cannot even begin to fathom how on earth that works. They sealed him in. They locked him in the seal. He has been encased in stone.
I imagine it would be quite cramped in there. Truth be told, I do have some experience playing the piano.
Oh, does he? Wait, Igor made you take piano lessons as a little girl? And he really is a dad.
Are you familiar with the Velvet song?
Oh, God.
Velvet, oh velvet.
Oh, she can actually play.
My master has a long nose. All together now.
My master has a long nose. Oh, holy crap, she can jump like that? When did she get hops?
Experiencing student life for myself today has broadened my perspective of your
I thought she was gonna do the Velvet Room theme there. Me too.
I'd very much appreciate
A little bit.
it if you could accompany me.
She plays
again
Hymn of the Soul.
sometime. To be honest, I don't entirely understand my own motives for coming here.
Oh,
But as I walked closely with you, how should I express this? I felt very fulfilled.
what the?
Perhaps what I really wanted to learn at school was more about you.
Oh, ain't that sweet?
But why?
Because we're friends. Because we're buddies. We're pals.
In any case, discovering the reason for this
Aw.
desire will surely serve as an intriguing
She
diversion.
figured out that we're friends.
Let us return now. Thank you once again for acting as my guide.
This is lovely. I feel very fulfilled. Requests.
Are you accepting a
Yes.
request? Let's hear the
Thank you for showing me around. Slowly coming to understand why being there lifted my spirits. GeckoCon isn't just a part of your world, it's where you spend a great deal of time on a daily basis. There's a place saturated with your presence. Why I will set that aside for now. More that I need to consider. Here's your reward. Sorcerer's Mark. Bring a tile with a peacock design. Okay, I need to figure out where to get that and the Genie. No, I'm good, but thank you.
Very well then.
I'm gonna go hang out with Odagiri when we're done, but
Oh yeah.
let's see. Sell items.
Sure.
Go.
That's a deal.
Weapons.
Uh-huh.
And do you have an? Can I buy the thing?
Today. See if anything catches
No.
your eye. What are you looking for?
Hmm. Yeah, we're done.
Finish? Come back soon.
So where do I get an Odagini? Odagine. I need assistance, lady. Help. How do I acquire the thing?
So, what will it be?
Probably should look closer to where I got the original.
What would you like? What would you like? So, what
Hmm.
will it be?
Feel bad I have to click through this a bunch of times,
What will
but
it be? So, what will it be? So, what
So.
will it be?
Oh my god, I'm gonna.
So, what will
Oh
it be?
god. Okay, we're good.
I'm sure this
Crap.
will prove to be useful. Go on, look around.
Can't even get the stuff I want. Oh, you can get snuff souls, so that'd be good.
You like that? Have you decided?
Good enough.
Alright, I'll trade you for this.
Good enough. I'll take it.
Everything good?
Oh, wait a minute. We can get
I'm sure this will
the
prove to be
and these
useful.
things. Yes. All right. What is it gonna take to get? Because we need some more sutras. And yeah, we're gonna need a few of these.
Did that
Go. Very cool.
Everything good?
I'm gonna be thinking about Elizabeth being happy to hang out with us for a while. I'm gonna be thinking about the notion of, oh, she just wants to hang out. She wants to be buddies. Ain't that lovely? Oh, that reminds me, we gotta go do Big Burger at some point. That's right. We have to do Big. Oh, wait, I have a question. What rank is he at? What rank is Odagiri at anyway? Emperor. Rank 6. Hmm. You know what? I should probably. I am gonna go work with him because I haven't actually worked with him in a while. I kind of sped through his arc earlier and then didn't do anything with him for a while. So yeah, we'll go to the student council room. Let's go talk to Odagiri and see if he gets beat up again.
Regarding the incident from the other day, with the cigarette butt in the boy's back.
Wait, that was months ago, and you're still on it?
It seems the teachers want the student expelled as soon as we find out who it is.
What?
Well, I guess we should have
It does
expected
hurt the
that.
school's reputation.
I'll keep everyone posted on this. That's all for now.
I see. My man, it's been years.
Expulsion, huh? So, what do you think about all of this? About the smoker's punishment, I mean.
I mean, I feel like we should be talking about... I mean... I don't know, man. It also feels like it's one cigarette butt in the entire building. But also, maybe you should turn it into why people shouldn't be smoking. I don't know. Reasonable, I guess. What do you want to hear?
I think it's a little too harsh. Once I catch the culprit, I'll give him a good talking to. The goal here should be to prevent this from happening again. I'm not counting on it, but it'd be great if I could get people like him to change their ways.
Oh, he's turning around a bit.
I don't sympathize with students who break the rules, but does kicking the bad kids out really make the school a better place? It's really not like me to whine about it. I guess I'm just confused because I feel so powerless.
Oh.
If I can go above and beyond this time and earn the teacher's trust, my ward will hold more weight around here. Just you watch.
Never
I'll
mind.
work my way to the top.
He wants to be seen better in the teacher's eyes, but at the expense of his fellow man.
I still have some work left to do. I need to compile a list of suspects. You can head on out of here. And take care.
I appreciate that you trust me, man. I'm also very confused by it, but thank you. Okay, I do need to do Big Burger, because we have maximum power, so encourage. Hello, your exam's over, right? If you decide to go to Tartarus, I want to go too. I'll do everything I can. I think he's trying to change the severity of the punishment. That's what I think that's about where he's going, but I do worry that... I guess my worry is more that he's... I worry what his aim is for it. We'll see. Spend the night here. The Big Eater Challenge. I am here to eat burger. It's a ridiculous amount of burgers. I don't know if I'll be able to finish. Focus on a single burger. Continue to eat. Couldn't eat it all. What? What do I have to do to eat all these burgers? What? How does one eat? How does one finish the burgers? What do I actually have to do?
All right, time
Oh,
for
hey,
class.
Mr. Ikota.
I know you've been busy lately, but you all remembered to do your homework, right? Just because you're not taking a humanities class next year doesn't mean you can blow
Your social
off
stats maxed.
Hey, are you all listening to me?
What's wrong, Fuga? You look kind of down.
Huh?
Talk to me. What's bothering you?
It's just Aragaki-senpai.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know why I
That's
didn't.
pretty shocking. I'd never seen him in school, but he'd always be
I'm
hanging around
I'm kind
town.
of curious though why I couldn't finish burgers.
And now he's just gone. It's hard to put it into words.
I took it for granted that everyone would always be around, that nothing would ever change. But some things you can never get back.
Well, this is upsetting.
I didn't consider how easily it could happen. Once I realized that, I started thinking about my parents.
Oh.
I've sort of been avoiding the question, but is it okay for me to leave?
You're getting
things
real in the
like
classroom
this?
lecture. Seriously.
Parents, huh? Yeah, that's a tough one. But I think you'll work it out, Fuka.
Oriyama, what are you waiting for? Come on up.
Yeah, Yeah.
Just
Would it kill you to give your classmates a proper goodbye?
Huh? What's going on?
a proper goodbye.
Hi everyone. I know I haven't been here that long, but I feel like I've made some good friends. I'll remember each and every one of you after I transfer. Thank you all. How's that?
Wow, so flippant.
Wait, transfer? What?
Aw. Her best friend is moving? Oh, that's just sad, man.
You're a weird one, you know that? The biggest bitch in school is leaving and you're
Aw.
gonna miss her?
Wow.
You're transferring, and you didn't say anything?
Aw.
It's not like it would have made a difference. Why make us both depressed? But yeah, my dad suddenly collapsed. And they say it'll take a while for him to recover because of some complications.
Well, this is just sad.
We don't really have that much money, so we can't afford to stay in this area.
Oh. Aw.
You know, now that I think about it, you're the only one who bothered being friends with a weirdo like me.
You know what's really funny about Moriyama? She's supposed to be the preppy popular girl, but it's interesting how much she's almost there to understanding.
But like I said before, we're both in the same boat.
Aw.
My parents act like I don't even exist. I hate living with them. That's why I was so jealous when you moved into the dorm.
Aw.
Natsuki-chan.
Aw.
You know, you've really changed, Fuka. You're a lot more cheerful now. But why'd you move when your house is, like, right here?
Huh? Well,
If you don't want to say, that's okay. I'm sure you've got your reasons.
I appreciate that Natsuki is trying her best to let Fuka keep her secrets. That's a good friend.
But if it's something that you and your parents can work out, then do it while you have a chance. It'll be a while before my dad's in any condition for us to have a heart-to-heart.
Aw. Good job, Natsuki.
What am I doing? This isn't what I wanted to talk about. You know, Fuka, I used to think every day was just the same depressing routine.
I appreciate this scene is just here to give us more time with these characters.
And I'm only saying this because it's you, but you don't really get many second chances in life.
Natsuki-chan.
I guess this is the last time I'll see this view. I won't be in school next week because I'll be packing, so...
Aw.
I guess this is goodbye.
No!
Don't you dare come see me off. I want to say goodbye on my own
Aw.
terms. Come on, don't give me that look.
But you're leaving so suddenly.
Hey, I'm not all broken up about this, just so you know. I've changed a lot.
I
since
appreciate
met
this kind of
you.
wisdom behind a character. Nijikamo as a rude airhead is really impactful. Yeah.
I'm gonna try and figure out what I really want to do with my life.
I think it's also, I can appreciate the fact that that Natsuki clearly understands enough to be able to give this to Fuka. Somebody who kind of needs it.
I know you can do it, Natsuki-chan.
Aw. I appreciate this.
Well, now I really feel like I gotta do it. No pressure, right?
No.
I got one last thing I want to say before I go. If you just accept the way things are, then you'll never move forward. Just like me. So I hope you can figure out what you want to.
Is this, I guess I'm...
What I want, I used to try and please everyone just to fit in. I was afraid of not being liked. So,
Aw.
I always went along with the people around me.
I also appreciate that the voice actors are really giving the best they can for this too. Like stepping out a little bit from the story to the production. I appreciate that how much the voice actors put in to keeping keeping everything intact.
But I never really thought about what I wanted.
That's so you. Well, if they don't like you for who you are, I say screw them. But I like you, Fuka. Even if you hate yourself.
Wow.
Natsuki-chan.
Aw. I'm just sitting here saying aw.
I better get going.
No, I don't know what else to. This is like. What a nice scene.
Huh? Natsuki-chan? Here, even if we're apart, we're still connected. So we can always talk, right? Thanks for being my friend. I'm kinda tearing up now.
Ow. That's what I like to call prep. That's what I call preppy girl texting technique. No, seriously. I knew people who could text this fast. I know people who could have texted this fast on this kind of phone. Like, she's walking away 4 steps in, like I can see that being real. That makes sense to me.
Natsuki-chan.
Remember, Fuka, it's the modern era.
Even if we're apart, we're still connected. I get it now. Natsuki-chan.
I remember having to cycle through the letters. Yep. Where you have to do the Morse code of phones.
Of my faults. I was always worried about how other people see me, and that's why my powers let me see others. But I guess there is something I want after all. Seeing everyone getting along and working together makes me so
It's
happy.
like a form of Morse code. It's like 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2. You know, you have the 1. You know, you press the letters.
So I want us to treasure this forever. I have the power to connect people, even when they're apart. My persona has given me this amazing gift. The friendship I've always wanted.
Oh, this is her awakening. Wow. That's actually kind of amazing. Really? Oh my god, that's kind of terrifying. Resolution of Fukusara is awakened to a new persona. That is... Lucia has given rise to Juno. Can I just say that is a mildly more terrifying form? Grants 1 random enhanced positive effect to all allies. That's not too bad.
There you are.
No way.
Oh, what are you all doing here?
Junpei was looking for some place to let out. He ate too much garlic today.
It is unusual to find you up on the rooftop.
Oh, that too.
Well, we didn't see you around, so we weren't sure if you were all right.
I think I figured it out.
Okay.
Junpei is just like, uh-huh. I love that.
I've made up my mind. I'm going to do everything I can with the power I've been given. This is what I've decided I want to do.
That's nice.
Sure?
Takiba's just, everyone's like, she just had a big character moment. Everyone's like, okay.
Sorry. I guess that was out of nowhere, wasn't it?
You sure you're all right?
Thanks, Junpei. Aw, well, that smile's just... That's the $1 million smile. That's the smile we protect. We weren't here for that, bud. Almost burnt out. Question mark. Oh, that's right. Baby's almost done. Wait. Question. Okay, the shrine. He's not at the shrine, so that's good. Okay, I see. I understand. We'll go hang out with your boy, the Frenchman. We will find the Frenchman. You there. Excellent man. Exams have come to an end. We both fought hard. Now my brain is exhausted. Rest assured, I shall create the ultimate kimono, but there's still more work to be done. Let's go. Happy day. I do not know what to say. Hurry to the home economics room.
If I put in my greatest effort, I will achieve the greatest outcome.
I love you so much, my boy.
One needle, one soul. This is my subate, my everything.
He is going nuts over there.
Huh. That cheap material has been completely transformed.
Oh, that's good.
I could never have done this on my
I
own.
wonder what I make when I'm here.
Without you, I would probably be back home already. And thanks to all your help,
Oh.
the kimono is almost finished. I feel so blessed.
I've actually been helping him with that. I just kind of think that my dude's just out here making mittens all day. I'm just happy for you, man.
Many thanks. Katajikanai. Your kind words help me forget my aches and pains.
What a nice man.
There's something I need to tell you. I have gotten to know many people since coming to Nihon.
What is this,
But you have been the most Subarashi person of them all.
Why did I love that he speaks like an American learning other languages? Aw, I love him so much. He's so earnest. But in my dingus American brain, I'm just thinking, if I walked up to somebody and said, "You are the most Subarashi," I don't know how I'd handle. I love him though.
If my aunt was still alive, I would tell her about what a wonderful friend you have been to me.
My dude, I appreciate you so much. You are... Baby! You are my best friend! Oh, it's rank 9. Oh my god, I'm almost done?
And now, we put the final touches on this kimono. Sure, I am so tired I may be hallucinating a little bit. But this is the last part.
Yeah, you know what? Bebe's a man after my own heart. Truly. Truly.
Ready? Set?
Right, it's so tired he may be hallucinating a little bit. Of course, my man. You know, truly, are you truly a craftsman if you don't go a little nuts at some point when you work?
Oh, welcome back.
Granted, I know exactly that feeling. Hey, Yukari. Borrowed a DVD of another show. I hear this one's supposed to be kind of scary, too. Any more skills? How about it? Want to watch? Maybe another time. Gotcha. Talk to me if you want to change your mind. Can't get any more skills, man. Oh, wait. Where's Mitsuru? Junpei? I come upstairs. I'm like, Junpei, what are you doing looking at books? Poor guy. What are you thinking you're doing? Ah, I saw your exam results. Good work. Here, this is from the chairman.
Excellent.
It's a reward for effectively balancing schoolwork and our extracurricular activities. Oh. I also got the Pendant of Unity. What the heck is that? What is a Pendant of Unity? Shift boost. Oh. Neat. Just neat. That's all I got for it, truly. I don't know what else to think about that. Question. How much are those gonna do now? Ooh. Okay. Okay. Let's give the power incense to Akihiko. You know, for a guy who has gigantic fist, the fact that he has 65 strength is nuts. Guard incense. I'm gonna give it to Yukari because I would like her to have better endurance so she can withstand more attacks. Magic, also Yukari. She is at 82 magic. Speed, actually, also Yukari. This gal deserves the best. There we go. Yeah, because now she has absolutely busted magic. If she hits somebody, I want it to be with a Mach 5 Hurricane. I want to level a small building with the power of this gal. Now the question becomes, what do I do? Town map. What else can I do? Where's Koromaru? Boy. Good boy. Just good boy. Okay. I need to figure out what's wrong with the question. What do I do? I need to look really quick. The only thing I want to look up is why do burgers not work? Burger challenge answers? Look away from the burgers, eat without stopping, imagine something sour. Oh, I see. I have to choose. You have to choose certain options to get it? What? I didn't even. I see. So look away from burgers. I see. That feels like a weird quiz. Look away from burgers. Eating while staring off at the distance made me feel a little better. I see. Made progress, shouldn't get ahead of myself. Eat without stopping. Working through the pain, I managed to maintain my pace without stopping. Yeah, it's hard to tell you we're supposed to get more prompts. Yeah. How do I imagine something sour? I see. Yeah, because it doesn't actually tell you whether or not you need prompts. It kind of just seems like, oh yeah, burgers. Time's up. Managed to eat the mountain of burger. Pacing, technique, and mental fortitude were all required. I feel like I've grown. I guess that means technically you could have done it way earlier without having to max out your courage, right? That seems strange to me. Yeah. Yeah, because it would have, if I got the answers right, I would have boosted my stats. I can now order the limited weekend wild duck set when it's available. First, I should report back to Elizabeth. The wild duck set? They got collector's edition burgers up in here? How on earth is that even? Whoa.
Good morning. This is Elizabeth.
Yes?
I am calling to inform you that more humans have wandered into Tartarus. 2 this time, I believe, and there seems to be an acquaintance of yours among them.
Oh, Elizabeth, I ate burger.
Suggest you carry out a rescue.
Elizabeth, I ate a bajillion burgers. Can I tell you on the phone? Oh, never mind. Seems someone I know is lost in Tartarus. The consequences could be irreversible. I see. Hi, Fuka. Good morning. It's already mid-October, and we're about 2 weeks away from the final battle. So much has happened, and it all went by so fast, but it made me realize. I'm so glad everyone welcomed me to the team. Thank you. I'm glad I met you. Oh, I didn't expect you to say something like that, but it means a lot to me. Thank you. Let's do our best in the final battle. I think I'm that friend who would hit somebody with the, I really needed this. Cool. So after school, so we have after school and then we have the evening. So let's see. Who is of these besides the art boy? Let's see. Strength is team manager. Lovers is Yukari. We'll go talk to Yukari. Yukari, what's good? Sure, beat from all that study. I'm sure you are. Let's give ourselves a pat on the back. Let's go to the mall. Yes. Somewhere you wanted to go by first. Maybe we could get some tea first, then go shopping after.
Let's see. I'd like to stop by the drugstore before we head home. Do you mind? It'll just be a little longer.
I mean, I'm fine with it. I don't really care.
Hang on. I've got a phone call. Oh.
How do you open your phone and immediately you're just like, you cut off the soundtrack, Yukari? What the heck who called?
Hello? Yeah? What? So, get to the point already. Huh? That's not funny. What? How do you think that would make Dad feel? Fine. Do whatever you want. Just don't call me again.
Oh. Can I just say, Takiba, that side eye is a little painful.
Sorry. Oh, yeah.
Aw.
I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
I'm just like, dude, dude, that's your business, but are you good? You good, Chief?
You know who I was on the phone with, right? Yeah, it was my mom.
Yeah.
She says she wants to get remarried.
I
don't really care if she wants to get married again. What I can't stand is how she chose to live her life. Running away from things, jumping from guy to guy. I don't think that's fair to my dad.
Your dad is also Spider-Man. Seems pretty upset. Riley stood by her side until she calmed down.
Sorry. I'm okay now. Really, thanks.
I mean, I get it, man.
I'll never be like her. I'll never give up standing on my own 2 feet.
Yukari, listen, this is a serious moment, but I've read Shakespeare. Please don't hit me with the double entendre like that ever again. Please. I don't need that in my brain right now. That is awful.
Running away
Oh,
from your
okay, good. Thank
problems by
goodness.
clinging on to others is the worst thing you can do.
Thank goodness the second statement cleared that away.
I've decided I'll make it through on my own. I'll show her that I can be happy that way.
I understand that, Yukari. Thank you for sharing. Also, please do not hit me with that ever again. I've read Shakespeare. When someone says something, it means 2 things.
For listening. For some reason, I feel like I can tell you anything. Let's head back now. I'll do the rest of my shopping some other day.
I mean, my man's is a decent listener. He literally looks like he's died. That is a bit of a yikes, though, to have your afternoon hit with that. Alright. What's up, dude? It's been a lot more of the lost lately. There's only one shadow left. We destroyed the holy's over. Didn't get the thing you're referring to, but I don't think I want it spelled out. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry, Crooked. I won't. I'm not about to. My brain went to, you know, because I think it was like, not to be too specific. I think it's just my brain went, you've analyzed Shakespeare. And it went to, please, dude. Because Shakespeare's greatest writing was context and taking a statement that has 2 meanings, and then the context is where it splits. And he would never let it split. He would say a phrase, and it can be the most serious dialogue ever. It can also be a wickedly raunchy joke.
Marvelous.
And I appreciated, if nothing else, that he never let it...
Here are my wonderful.
He never let those things...
Marvelous.
like, cross. It was very exceptional. Look for the drink that... and is being used somewhere without my knowledge or consent. Beverage is only available in an unpopular spot. Please conduct a thorough investigation of this beverage as it concerns my reputation. A drink called Elizabeth? What? Peacock design tile. Music unique to Gekakon. Chilled taiyaki.
I won't insist you.
Oh wait, the missing people.
Good day. I can send
one on 145 to 150. Understood. Thank you.
well.
I know that there's she said 2 people are missing, so okay. Also, I guess just so I guess so people know, Seth is the god of the desert. I forgot about that second part of the description. You know, it's one thing to get killed as a god. It's one thing to get murdered. It's another thing to be remembered as being castrated. I'm sorry, my guy. You're the god of the desert and chaos, and my man's had to receive the worst treatment possible. 146. Understood.
Start exploring. Let's move.
I don't know why. Someone is using my name without my consent, but Elizabeth is a very common name. What? She doesn't know that Elizabeth is a very common name. I feel like Elizabeth wouldn't know that that other people can be named. Why did my brain just go, Elizabeth doesn't know that that people can share names?
Okay, let's head out.
Like in my head, it went, well, maybe she doesn't know that more than one person can be named something. And
There's no more turning back.
now I'm just thinking about that she doesn't know that Elizabeth is a name that people can have.
I've already scanned this one.
Like that other people can be named Elizabeth.
Good work. I knocked an enemy down.
And now I'm thinking about that, and now it's sitting in my head that might be what she's thinking. Because now I'm wondering if that's the case. He doesn't know that people in England have Elizabeth as a name. She doesn't know Queen Elizabeth exists. Man, wait till she finds out about Queen Elizabeth, though. Actually? Maybe. I just realized, do I have a skill card for... I have a skill card for Mazionga. I can use that on... Oh, wait, no. Go back. Oberon. Yeah, because I can replace... Yeah, because Mazio is medium. I can replace Mazio. Sure. Might as well. And we have Makoha, but we don't have Oga. That's a bit of a shame. Okay, very good. Well, that works out a little bit. Box. Wondering though if there's... Do you think characters in anime-style games have that problem? Where they don't really meet other people with the same name, so it feels really weird when somebody has the same name. Maiko! How did you get in here? Didn't you move away? I thought she moved. Oh no! Child! I will save you. Child! Hello. Hello, Maiko. I'll just take her back right away. There you go, child. Saved. Okay, question. Where's the other one?
Good day.
Missing persons.
I can
Send somebody on 156 to 160. I see, thank you.
Very well.
Trying to think of other sort of tropes like that where it would be very funny to consider them to not be any more traumatized than you already are. If that isn't just the truth of it. I went to the wrong spot. Oops. Wait, I could just go up. 155 to 160, so here? Must be, there's a person nearby, 159. I see, thank you. I feel bad that she had to come up here and get traumatized again. She was beckoned into into Tartarus, and it's like her mom's probably like, "Where is the child?" I didn't do anything wrong this time. Why'd she run away? That's awful, but kind of true. They didn't actually do anything this time, so.
Isn't it super annoying when adults say things like, ugh, kids these days?
There are plenty of people our age who are well put together, so maybe they just want to sound mature.
Weird. Man. I remember thinking about the world building of Persona 5 a little bit when we were still playing that, and I do wonder... I remember one of the things I thought about was where or if Shin Megami Tensei and Persona ever cross over in ways. Like, do they touch?
I've already scanned this one.
I will say, I remember when the rumor mill spun up about what games have been are being made for the Persona, franchise. I remember distinctly wanting, with all of my heart, because they've done the arena games like with Persona 4 and they've done games like fighting games of that style. I really, really want Persona 5. I really want Persona 5. I'll just take this. Which one did I have equipped?
Doesn't look like we'll be needing a 10 count.
Was it Oberon again? God dang it. How have I accidentally leveled you up like a million times at this point? Granted, you don't need it. He doesn't need it. Swap to the Stomping Boy. Nevertheless. But I remember the thing I wanted most was to have Persona 5 Arena, so a fighting game for Persona 5, and then add on Shin Megami Tensei 5's Nahobino as a playable character. That's all I ever wanted. And obviously other Persona characters, but man, actually that'd be kind of cool. Persona 3 through 5 as a fighting game. Add SMT5 as and probably the Demi Fiends from SMT3 to as like guest characters. Man. Man. Granted, that it's the same thought I have about stuff like Custom Robo, where my brain goes, this would be wonderful. It's a shame I don't have the IP, otherwise I would do it myself. I probably would go... I would probably at least... I would put my soul on loan if it meant I got to work on one of those two IPs. I'd be okay with that. I wouldn't give it up entirely, but I would put it on loan. That's mostly because I probably would be very excited to work on either of those. I think it's just because with Custom Robo, it's just because it's such a cool game. I love that game. Alright. Pick one additional card during shuffle time. Do they just make some cards this style just to fill in space or something? Feels kind of weird that they have to keep giving us these cards. It's like, ah yes, just it's like a filler card. I understand. I don't get it, but I understand it. Alrighty, let's see. Up. Thankfully, this Night in Tartarus won't take too long because we just need to get some little things done. This won't be too bad. Especially with what we have to do. Should just be some quick fighting. I think that's... I know I have some dream projects that if I were ever able to work on them, I would be very happy, but... I think that's because those are the dreams that got me into the industry in the first place, like making video games. Because it's those sorts of dreams that brought me further. I actually remember the very first game design-ish idea I had that was way out there was, and I'm sad the technology never went there for it. Actual, like, you know, physical, real custom robo. You know, actually building the robots to be, you know, just a couple inches, you know, 8 to 12 inches tall, give them a little arena, have them shoot at each other. I think I even accounted for the projectiles by saying that, oh, the different weapons could just use, like, they could just use light, you know, like, infrared light or something. Just so it's like, oh yeah, they could just fire light beams at each other instead of firing real projectiles so nobody could get hurt. Stuff like that, where it's just like, I don't know, just... stuff like that, just because I had laser tag guns when I was a kid. I still have them somewhere. Oh my god, there's one. I looked back at one of the shelves with, like, it has some, like, old toys and stuff, and, like, board games and some video games on it. I looked back and I saw one of the laser tag guns I was talking about, and it's this big clunky piece of plastic that I remember the gun itself has the little scanner, so if you hit it with the light beam, it would, you know, set off the alarm and it would go off.
Now on to the next.
Those are some clunky, insanely clunky laser tag guns, but I remember playing with them a lot, especially as a kid. But it was that kind of stuff that I remember seeing and thinking, well, you could make a physical game out of this.
That's a rare shadow.
I also said that the DS would be the way you control it, because that makes sense to me. Which I think nowadays would be it would be rather amusing to see somebody controlling a game using if I had to describe the complex Tetris 1v1 game I would make if I could. I don't think you have. But now I'm very intrigued what this entails. I'm very curious what this must entail then, because that sounds really cool. I'm gonna do it again. But I remember that was something... How did he dodge it twice? Die. You know what? Just perish. Magic reflecting barrier, huh? But but those are the kind of things, though, those kind of dreams, those sorts of ideas when you're a kid, those become the foundations of they become the foundations of the game design that comes later. You know, I could just go for it. Oh wait, it's gonna reflect. Oops. This is fine, because now I can do this. And I can do Asakunja to lower his evasion back down. But those kind of pipe dreams, you know, maybe one day they'll come true, but... Or at least something like it, but... I think those are the kind of things that inspire storytellers to go forward. Yeah, max HP is good. I'll take it. I mean, I think that's the same thing with, you know, writers and you know, people who work in movies. I think it's exactly that sort of stuff that inspires them to go forward, right?
Without a hitch. Let's get going.
Because they see a movie and think, I want to make movies like that. You know, those people who learn puppeteering, or they learn CGI, or they learn makeup. You know, makeup artists, I think a lot of makeup artists actually got their start from horror movies. Because I remember that was something that was a pretty consistent, sort of idea, was that someone would see a horror movie and see the, you know, the sheer realism of it and find out, oh yeah, this is makeup and effects, and they want to go be effect artists, and it inspires them because they really want to make something cool like they see there. And oh wait, I have to. Let's see. I will release Kurama Tengu. I will give up the boy. But the beauty is seeing when somebody sees, well, I want to make something like this, and then they start trying to. You know, it's like, I think we're seeing now the people who grew up in the era of video games where games are being pioneered are now hunting to craft games not just of the current time, but to emulate and feel like the games of the older times. That their hope is that they can make something just as well. I need to avoid. I don't want to keep avoiding Oberon, but I feel like I need to level up other Persona I have. Though this game's Persona leveling system doesn't work like 5, where in Persona 5, if you fuse 2 Persona, the levels and the stat differences would carry over when you fuse. But that is something I am... It doesn't do it in this game, and I think I've been fusing instinctually in that same manner.
Teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
And
The 158th floor. If we're truly that far along, I'd expect the air to be thinner here.
Doesn't feel like it. A shame. Low oxygen levels would have made this a good training spot.
I understand. It's funny that thin oxygen is something that he considers a good idea. The only problem is it means that coming up here would be really dangerous. Kind of wondering now, though, if the oxygen isn't changing, then how does Tartarus stack then? Because clearly it doesn't stack physically then. Huh. That's a weird one. Wonder how that actually works. Pressurized? But how does a place like Tartarus become pressurized? That the entire place would have the same air pressure and the same, you know, levels of oxygen throughout the entire building. Does it have a system? If it doesn't, then... Intriguing.
Went well.
It is intriguing to consider the ramifications of such things.
Nicely done.
I will hang on to that. Twitch isn't letting me explain. I don't know what word is stopping it from appearing. Huh. That feels weird, because I don't know what word it would be.
Found the stairs.
Maybe I can see? There's a man in a trench coat. Maybe it'll give me... See the mod? It does not show me. Show messages caught by automod. It has it on, so why doesn't it... It does not tell me which one. It does not show me the message when something gets blocked. That's weird.
Hope we don't run into any creeps here.
Why doesn't it let me see it? I don't like that. Oh, I got it. I know the word. I see. Let me try and rewrite it. Oh, I see. I am very interested what word it must have been that it was blocking it in that way. I can barely fathom what word that would be.
Got it all mapped out.
Let's see. What do I do? You know, I could probably jam. I probably don't need to use my stuff. I don't think so. No, I don't think I need to. Let's see though, can I? Where are you at right now in the story? I'm in October, so I'm before what has been described as the last shadow, but I'm a bit uncertain to that description. He's charged. I might want to use fire and just knock him down. Yeah, I have to. I kind of have to. I don't have any other moves with which I can stop him from using his magic. Charged Eidola would suck, so I don't want to... Oh, he's dead. Oh, there we go. Easy peasy. Money, experience. Drat, I think I'll just post my message in the Discord. Here, put it in the Discord. I'll just read it out loud. Put it in game design, because I can just pop it open. Ooh. Shadow's rail grind speed. Heck. Go look at that. Need to look at that later. Ah, I see. Ethics of this. I see. The bioprocessor. Intriguing. I feel like I'm gonna need to look at both of those because I feel like I'm gonna need to read that all over later. Because.
All right, let's be on our way.
Okay, actually, wait. Also, question. Stats. Puka. Can I see something really quick about Juno? The goddess of family and marriage, and wife to the Roman god Jupiter. She's often equated with the Greek goddess Hera. Though she is kind, she's also vengeful, seeking to punish women who have affairs with their with her husband. Ah, yeah, that makes sense.
Careful, the enemy's nearby.
Let's see. Also, I just saw somebody. I saw Hecko also put up the best Soulsborne play order.
If our enemy
I'm very curious. I might need to look into that because I'm very curious what that video's order would be. See. I have many things I need to look at later. My boy Frost is gonna do his best. I'll need to look at that. But I'm at October in the story right now. I feel like I should probably pick up the pace a little bit. I have been moving at a... I don't think I've been moving as fast as I wish as I should, rather. We'll swap out Emery to drop. Go. Very good. I think it's been good that I've been leveling up accordingly because hard mode has required me to level up regularly, so it's good that I've been taking breaks to go to Tartarus, but I feel like it's also been the reason why things have slowed down a little bit, maybe? At least to me, I don't know. Maybe maybe to someone else, I'm playing at like light speed because I've been consistently moving forward every stream, but not in ways that I can make sense of. We'll do it this way. This is still good because I can just pass back and forth. It'll be good. One more. Yeah, her magic stat is very strong. And then we just do lightning and we're done. As long as we hit. Yeah, we hit. I will say I've listened to this song a lot off stream, it might end up being like last year where I listened to Sonic Frontiers soundtrack enough times off stream on just Spotify that it warps my Spotify eternally. And it's like, oh, what'd you listen to all year? And it's like, well, would you believe me if I said the Persona 3 Reload soundtrack like 8 times over?
That was excellent leadership. Keep up the good work.
I'm gonna still on the floor. Oh, no. Go back. Oh, oops. I forgot that there's a person here. I forgot the person. Oops. I am very locked in right now, apparently.
One of those chests.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate for this guy. He was not as important as the child. There he is. Oh, their jumpsuit. Man in pain. Poor guy. Poor guy got relegated to man in pain. Alright, we were able to rescue everybody. We've rescued everybody in Tartarus. Very good. Let me think. I don't think there's anything else we need besides getting our Arcana burst for the day. So we'll just go back. We'll just go back in and go fight for a while. Ah, I see. Here it is. Alright, so Crooked's concept for a 1v1 Tetris game, if I had the rights and means. Round 1 is just a normal game of competitive Tetris. Compete against your opponent for points for about a minute before the next round starts. There's a camera shift. You are now standing on the blocks, revealing that the traditional Tetris view was actually a top-down map. 2 competing boards are brought together, making a unique battlefield. Holes remaining from incomplete combos are planted there by careful players during round 1. This is now a class-based FPS, and you get additional benefits depending on the combos you pulled in round 1. Interesting. I see. So combining the FPS genre with the puzzle solving of Tetris. I see. I'm thinking about, okay, and I want to yes and it because I'm trying to see how that would, because I'm wondering, would that mean that the different pieces of the board, would that mean that the different pieces that you can use in the game, like the two different S pieces, the L's, the line bar, would that imply that, I guess my curiosity is that, would that imply different types of terrain, maybe? Oh wait, that's a reflect ice. Oops. That's fine. They can be. I think that too could be affected by your choice of character. Right, so, because there'd be a lot of interwoven systems then. Things where different systems come and play together. That could be super cool, actually. I think that sort of thing where you have a puzzle game that then turns into, you play the puzzle for a certain amount of time, and then the game switches based on your choices in the puzzles. That could be very cool, because then it becomes 2 different rounds of gaming. And maybe the score from the Tetris game could affect the ability you have in the, it could affect certain things about how you play in the first-person shooter mode. Because then it doesn't become just about the environment, but also about, maybe your score affects certain statistics? Could well be similar to, in a weird way, like, Brian mentioned that. Yes, my brain, I read it and my brain went doy, but yes, vaguely. But it's like, that's the kind of thing I'm trying to narrow it into what I'm thinking about, like, because I know that Tetris plays based on a level system, so you could map that very easily. You could map it very easily to a you know, like, strictly integer system of level 1, 2, 3, 4. So you have a direct numbering system to work from, so that'd be very helpful. Yeah, no, this sounds really cool. Honestly, I see what you mean, Crooked. That would be super neat, actually. I think the fun, I like the trend of taking 2 game styles and marrying them together in ways that allow for newer creativity. I think one of the ones I think about is the way that how roguelikes have started to seep into new genres. Because roguelikes have been, you know, I think roguelikes have been mostly relegated to RPG style games. But now we're moving towards roguelikes with new genres. I think that's super neat. Like, we saw Balatro and how it turned poker into a roguelike, which, when you consider the nature of roguelikes, it's like, okay, you don't think about poker, but this game not only does it, but does it super well. So it's pretty easy to see that it's not just possible, but it's almost encouraged to try taking those sorts of ideas and marrying two different games together and seeing what it's kind of like, what is bananas and gasoline and what is peanut butter and chocolate, right? If that makes sense. Like, what combinations really jam together and do really cool stuff, and which ones should not be put together. But also, back to that bananas and gasoline though, some of those types of combinations are the most fun because they're so freaking weird. Like, very open to change the concept in this short as this. Do I make a bunch of Tetrises to gain points and make my tools more effective on the field? Or do I focus on building out my side of the map with holes and traps and snare my opponent? If I don't build out my field, it'll be very cramped and I'll have to occupy the enemy field with their traps. Yeah, I see what you mean. Because it comes into play that you have to think about two different sets of strategy. And to that end, it also begs, like, okay, well, what skills do you need in order to play both halves of the game? And that's really fascinating to try and consider and build from. I feel like that would be a very interesting type of game to see. I think especially with the added complexity of how do you... I guess my one thing I am interested in is what happens if you lose the game of Tetris? Like, you know, heaven forbid you're that you're that bad at Tetris, but what happens if you lose the Tetris game before you get to the shooting? To the shooting of the FPS game. Yeah, this devil's good enough, I think. Mabufala. Yeah, sure. But it makes me wonder what... Because there's, you know, thinking about programming wise, and also just in terms of balance, I wonder what sort of things would affect the game as a whole. In that manner. Oh boy.
Shadow up ahead.
Must have tuckered myself out a little bit. Usually I get to stream and I'm like wired the whole time, but you get the full map, but you have either severe restrictions on weapons or none at all. You know, a survival match where you have to rely solely on the map you created to hide and survive. Okay. That could be pretty cool then. Well, and then it makes me wonder, what if there was because say you have a player who is absolutely bonkers, and what they decide to do rather than build a map is, because I'm thinking about how Tetris maps can be built, right? If somebody were able to stack Tetris pieces in like this horrifying tree thing where it's very thin and very perturbingly wiry, and purposefully lost the game with the intent of using that perturbing geometry to ensnare the opponent with a horrifying map. That could be a horrifying strategy. Oh, that's pretty good. I'll take it. See, very good. Honestly, the max SP is just good for later because it means that we can make longer trips into Tartarus.
That certainly went well.
Without having to worry so much about our stuff. I will say at this point, it does feel very silly when we end up with something like, something like the Temperance Arcana, because we can't do anything with it. I think other games, I'm trying to think of other games that do this. There's one game, I really need to go look this up because it's on itch.io. Oh god, what's it called? I need to go look up I've watched the video a bunch of times. And it was this It's this game that combines horror games and golf, and I find the game super interesting. What was the game called? Greener Grass Awaits. I think that's what it's called. I'll make sure that I have the right one. Yep, that's the one. Greener Grass Awaits. I really want to play it. I really need to go get it and play it at some point. Because it looks like the kind of game that would be absolutely terrifying for me to play. I would be absolutely not okay with playing it because it looks hilarious. Because it's a golf game, and it's also horror.
That certainly went well.
And it's like, I watched a video, he summarizes like how the switch happens, but it's like, I feel like as a player, even knowing that it's coming, I don't think I'd be ready for it. Because it feels like the kind of thing where if I was playing the game, I would not be okay. Because I don't really think people think about sports games clicking into horror in a way that makes sense. But this game, I watched it and it's like, oh no, mechanically it does some really fascinating stuff by using its mechanics in very clever ways. Like, I really gotta go play it. I'm gonna write it down for later. Probably might have to wait until July, but it's on itch.io. I gotta go find it at some point because it's one of those things where I saw the video I saw the video and I watched the gameplay they had of the game, and it made me think, I wonder what inspired this project. What sort of thoughts did someone have about this project to make it this way?
It's a treasure chest.
It just fascinates, you know? It's the kind of thing that's really interesting to consider. This. And pass this way. But I like those kind of fusions where you have a game that you put together by taking two ideas and marrying them, not necessarily in a way that will make sense to everybody, but in a way that will fascinate those who come into contact with it. So I think some players would find those sorts of mixtures to be very confusing. But I find that a lot of gamers really like seeing something that genuinely does not correlate. Like, it's that jump from logic far enough that they're excited to try the plunge with you, but not so far that they can't see the bottom. At least they think they can't see the bottom. It's only when they get in the game that they realize that the drop is a little higher than they were expecting. And that's where the fun begins.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
I'm trying to think, what two genres would be the most confusing to put together for a player? Because I almost wonder if there is a possibility for a game of widespread appeal to mix two genres in a way that could be... Because the one I think about that, like a proven model that I've seen people enjoy, question mark, because they've made a bunch of them, is the Capcom puzzle fighters. I've seen people like those ones, at least enough that they keep making them, but... Kind of makes me wonder, though, what other... Because I know one of the genres that that I've seen in mobile games everywhere is the match 3 symbols, you know, the match 3 symbols game style mixed with RPG elements, where you have to match the symbols in order to land attacks with your character. Those are kind of neat. I remember I got the 3DS game that was a Mario RPG that did that. I don't even remember what it was called, but it was Puzzles and Dragons, and it was like Mario, Super Mario Puzzles and Dragons, maybe? I need to go, I have my 3DS games over there. I might need to go check it later, but it was one of those games that I thought was it was interesting, but it didn't hold me because I don't think it didn't really do anything that wasn't kind of just making me think, well, why not just take away the symbols so I can just do my normal RPG stuff? Because then I'm beholden to a random factor that I have absolutely no control over. And that felt, that's, I think, kind of what the game did that made me feel a little less enticed by it, because also it was an RPG made for kids, which I think was, it was probably just because I was a dumb teenager who was like, oh, this is too easy. And I didn't really find any, there wasn't anything for me at the time. Which I guess is in a way fair, but because if a game lacks challenge, it can be very hard to retain the player, because they end up falling out of it just off of the nature of, oh well, I'm not really challenged or invested, so I detach myself from the game and done. And actually, I guess to bring up a kind of current example, off stream for a little while now, like since it ended up getting re-released, I did try multiverses off stream, mostly because I wanted to see if I enjoyed it. I didn't really get into it when it first came out, and I wasn't really all that jazzed. I thought it was neat, but I thought that some things could be improved. And when they shut it down, I was like, oh, well, next time it comes out, I'll go check it out. I don't know how they made it worse. I don't want to be, I guess I don't want to relentlessly dunk on something, because I don't think that's fair of me and to the game. But I did find that the game just doesn't feel good. I do think, granted, I am playing on the Xbox, which is apparently the inferior version, which, yeah, I can feel that. Which is strange, because when it first came out, the Xbox version was just on par with the PC version. And I kind of felt bad that the game just didn't hold up.
What kind of persona do you desire?
Honda. Oh, we got to get this, because we need it. I don't really want to fuse for this, but I guess what I could do is get Kumpanda and then get rid of him.
This would be a wise choice.
Yeah, I don't really want him, but let's see. Deathbound, Brave Blade, Myriad Arrows, and Charge.
It appears it will receive a why, this is exciting.
And now we have this lad. Kumpanda. Forget his lore, but we'll read at some point. Hooray, we have the horseman. So I need to summon, let's see. Am I able to release from this menu?
Please choose the personas.
I cannot. Okay. So I'll summon back Kali first, because she's right here.
Is this acceptable?
Yes. Okay.
It's yours. Are you finished?
But I wonder if just mixing, because mixing the two disparate genres doesn't actually create inherently interesting gameplay. It's about what you do to add on top of it that makes it better. The piece I'm thinking about is stuff like Balatro and games like Greener Grass Awaits. I think the real power behind them is not just within the disparate elements being put together, but it's what binds them that makes them stronger.
Please, so you'll be summoning this one? Very well, it's yours.
Because it's that next step that is what is missing in some of these other games. Like the Mario one I talked about, the Mario RPG with the Match 3, it wasn't necessarily that it lacked I don't think it necessarily lacked it lacked the general pieces. I think it just lacked that cohesive piece behind the game that would have been the binding agent. Almost like It's like the glue, the screws, it's those little pieces that are holding the grand shape together. Kind of like, if I had to put it like in an analogy, if a game is a desk.
Attention, please.
You know what? I can actually look at... I can look right at the desk in front of me and use that. Because the broad pieces, the big pieces of a desk are these, you know, these grand big pieces, and those things can be fit together in all sorts of configurations. But it's only in the careful application of the little things. The screws, the washers, the little things that hold the whole thing upright and form its actual shape. The things that make it usable and functional, but also aesthetic and beautiful. Those little things that come together are what make up the best games. Everyone knows about Julius Caesar, right? Well, it's not just his fault that the English names are months are off. Did you know that his name is actually the origin of the word July? Many people and gods have their names used this way throughout history. It's interesting to see how a person can affect entire languages. Here's a question. Which Roman goddess has been theorized as the namesake for the month of April? Oh god, I don't even... My Latin is so bad, I do not know. I do not even have a shadow of a guess. Which goddess? April. Which Roman goddess? Venus. Really? Alright. Yes, you got it. That was a tough one too. Some speculate that April was originally called Aphrilis, named after Aphrodite, the Greek name for the goddess Venus. Oh, I see. That makes more sense. Aphrilis. Okay. Others believe it may be derived from a Latin verb meaning to open. They argue that April is the beginning of the season where flowers and other plants begin to open up. I, however, prefer my word origins to have a bit more of a romantic flair. Here's another example. I see. I don't know. I think that the going back to is taking that step back to Crooked's Tetris FPS example. The broad brushstrokes are already strong, but then it's okay. Those little things that bring all the pieces together are going to be what make the game from simply a Tetris RPG, from a Tetris FPS, I mean, RPGs are on my brain, Tetris FPS to a functional and powerful game of cat and mouse. I think that's the piece that needs to be considered.
Hey there.
Heading home now. I'm kind of swinging by the strip mall just now. Want to join me? Yes. Let's go. Let's get going. I'm not really in the mood for ramen. What else can we get to eat? Ham sandwich.
I don't know about the Net Cafe. Why don't we go someplace else?
We could go to burgers. For some reason, everybody I know who has parent issues likes going for burgers. Actually, come to think of it, I think I've gone to go get burgers with everybody who has an issue with their parents. Except for Akihiko. Yet. And Mitsuru. Fuko doesn't really have issues. She just kind of...
Wait, let me see how much money I have.
I have money.
Oh no! Where's my wallet? Did I drop it? But when? I had it when I pulled out my train pass. Wait, someone bumped into me outside the station.
You get pickpocketed?
Sorry, I'm gonna go back there and look around. It'll just take a minute. Make sure you wait right here, okay?
Shouldn't...
I'll be fine, so don't come after me.
I'm probably gonna come after you anyway.
Stay right there, you got it?
Shit, I'm like a dog. Kari vehemently warned me and ran off. What should I do? Wait here. Starting to get weird looks. It doesn't seem like she's coming back. Did something happen? I go look for her. Let me go check up on her.
What'd you say? You better shut your mouth, bitch!
If you don't behave, you'll lose more than just your wallet.
Dudes, really? I'll take you on. Call the police. I'm like Minnie in Senior Palos cartoons. I'm calling the police! Police! Now what's going on? I show up anyway. Hi, guys.
Huh? Who the hell are you?
Blue hair. They're her boyfriend. Friend.
We've got no business with a measly buddy. If you don't want to get hurt, then get lost.
Nah.
The hell? You're asking for a beatdown!
Thanks.
How did... Wait, how am I the... Wait, how did I survive? There was a... He was like... What the heck just happened? I made punch dot...
That was a little... intense, though. You didn't have to beat them up so bad.
I won the fight? That was a 3-on-1. What did I do? Pull the Yakuza trick and hit him with a bike or something? How did I win that fight? My dude has not won a fight this entire time. How did I win?
Hey, why'd you come after me?
How did I...
Didn't I say to...
Yukari, I'm sorry, but I wish I could focus on this, but how did I win that fight? How?
Did you think I needed saving? I'm not helpless, you know?
Yukari,
I got my wallet back by myself. I didn't need your help.
You're a girl, really? Dog, we're on a team together.
No, it isn't. I'm telling you, I don't want to spend my life relying on men.
Yukari, my dude. Dude. It literally, we're teammates. What do you want me to do?
Sorry. I overreacted. You came because you were worried about me, right?
Yes.
I'll just go on ahead. I'm all right now. Sorry again. See you.
Dude, I thought Yukari off the return to the dorm. Yukari, my dude, I straight up, it was, you were, it's like, oh, you're back. Hi, Akihiko. Oh, that was awkward. Wait a minute. What? Social link. Did it go up? Did the social rank not go up? Wait a minute, what? Did I fail the social link? Am I going crazy? You know what? Yeah, you know what? I'm petting you, buddy. I'm spending the day with you, buddy. I'm in pain. Looks very proud of his shiny coat. Look at this good boy. You look beautiful. What a good boy. Look at this good boy. Got even more comfortable. Look at this boy. See, this is a good boy. Trafuri gem. See, I don't have to think about big issues and complex times. I can just pet the dog. I can just brush the dog. And Yukari, why do you have to make everything so weird? I don't know how I don't know how this stuff works. Atsamune Date, you decide to pursue Hideyoshi. What is he talking about? Feels heartrending sorrow that came from such a decision. What is he on about? Link, you might miss something. Getting sleepy. No, I'll stay awake. I'll be a good student.
Glad to hear it.
Sengoku era, the days when men were in their full glory. Where's the samurai spirit gone? Oh god. I feel like this guy and the guy talking about magic, it's just my eyes roll into the back of my head when I'm talking to them. I am curious though, I'm gonna go... Yukari? Oh, she's just gone. I see. I don't understand. Could go hang out with Odagiri. I could go hang out with Fuka. At least Fuka won't yell at me for freaking trying to be nice. Or at least, I say nice, but I guess I was just trying to make sure she didn't get mugged. Like, I didn't really want my teammate to get jumped by a bunch of weirdos.
Sorry for taking so long.
Oh.
I wanted to buy something to use as a secret ingredient in my cooking.
I am in immediate and life-threatening danger. Fuka, you went to the drugstore for a secret ingredient for your cooking.
But I couldn't really decide, and I wasn't sure how to use whatever I'd buy.
Start with the basics first.
Yes, you're right. I haven't even gotten the basics down yet. I'm getting way too ahead.
Fuka, the first thing I learned how to cook for myself, and I say cook as in using a hot, using a hot pan or something, was egg. Singular egg. With the salt and pepper.
First thing I need to do is find something that I can actually make.
Oh, God.
I'm still having a lot of trouble getting things right, but I can't give up yet. Not after all your support.
Aw.
And it's not like I have any other redeeming qualities.
Fuka. But you're a hard worker.
No, that's not true at all. I mean, everyone in our group works hard.
Yes.
And beyond that, I think you all have something that you're good at. Not me.
Fuka, you're our information gal.
I mean, I guess I'm sort of good with machines, but that's it. It's honestly not worth mentioning. Really. I just happen to like them. It's not exactly something worth boasting
Fuka, that's
about.
exactly the kind of thing that is why you're so good at your job.
When I was little, I remember my dad's hobby was to work on complicated sound equipment.
Aw.
He'd fix things like broken amplifiers or headphones that only played sound on one side.
Well, that's just sweet.
I've always loved watching him work on those things.
Oh, well, that's just sweet.
That's probably why I was drawn to working with machines in the first place. But I don't think that would be very useful to repay everyone's kindness.
Given how Junpei goes through headphones.
Plus, if we do ever have any technical needs, like when we're fighting, then we've always got the Kirijo group's support.
Yeah, but... Aw. Poor gal.
Not to mention that I'm kind of embarrassed about it all. I mean, it's not a very feminine hobby.
It's 2009. It's a different time. I mean... That's not true.
Later. Thank you.
Aw, what a sweetheart.
I sure seem to talk about my problems a lot, huh?
To be fair, I have none because I am an empty vase.
I wonder why it's so easy talking to you. I feel like you stop me from being so negative all the time. Actually, I might owe a lot to you in that sense.
Aw. Oh, I see. It's the rank 5 seems to be the one where it can get stonewalled for a little while. I see.
Oh, it's
Because
sorry, I didn't.
the rank 4 seems to be, oh, they're opening up to me. Rank 5, important decisions. I should have said I'm sorry to Yukari when the thing happened. Welcome back. Number of loss keeps increasing. Gotta beat one more. Oh, I can. Yeah, boy. I just rented a DVD. It's a foreign film about a hard-boiled detective. I have a little free time right now, so... you know what? Sure. You know what, buddy? You need...
They recommended this at the store when I said I was looking for a movie with a cool, hard-boiled main character. But so far, he just seems like a reckless old man to me.
I understand that.
He even fell for that woman's lies. Do people really think this guy is cool?
Well, let's wait and see. We haven't seen the full episode yet.
That's right. We are only halfway through the movie. He's surrounded by gangsters again!
I don't know, I like his reaction.
Wow! He was so cool! He actually knew it was a lie the whole time, and he was just pretending to be tricked.
I see, the classic double lie.
His signature phrase was so good, too! You can't be a detective without smarts, and you've got no right being a detective without a heart.
Why does he sound like Sora? he kind of sounds like Sora from Kingdom Hearts a little bit when he puts on the tough guy voice. What a kid. I love him.
Looks like this movie is part of a series.
You got a series, bro? We're gonna watch this.
Let's watch the other ones together when you have time.
Okay. Guess now my question is... Oh, hi. Oh, what the heck?
Oh, sorry. No one was here, so I figured it'd be okay.
It's rare to see you here. Is it for the archery team?
Yes, the teacher wanted a report.
I'm intrigued to see these two interact like
I
this.
see. That's a lot of responsibility.
Oh, not really. It's nothing compared to what you have to do.
Yukari, come on.
Actually, I wanted to ask you something. Senpai, what are you fighting for?
Well,
Wow, hit her with a heavy question, huh?
I guess you could say it's my way of atoning for the past.
Interesting.
In my case, I don't think I really have a reason anymore. I mean, I know the whole story about my father now. I guess I could still fix the mistakes he left behind, though. Maybe I should have thought about this earlier, huh?
I mean...
But it took me this long to start questioning myself.
Good on you for having the self-reflection.
That's understandable.
It seems like everyone has their own reason for fighting. Well, defeating the shadows is probably a good enough reason, huh?
It's interesting seeing this introspection
What are you trying to
here.
say?
I'm not exactly sure. But it's all gonna be over after the next full moon. So there's not much point in thinking about it.
That's true.
You know what? The fact that...
Once we put an end to this, we can go back to a normal high school life.
I'm not gonna lie.
The rest of the student council will be here soon. We can pick this up later, though, if you want.
Oh, that's sweet.
Oh no, that's okay. Thanks for listening.
I appreciate them being cool friends. Okay, Yukari, can we talk again? Hey, so about the other day. Sorry, do you have some time right now? I'd like to talk things through. Yes, let's go talk. Thanks. Then can we go to the rooftop?
Hey. Do you remember when those guys stole my wallet and you came to help me?
Yes. It was a day ago. 2 days.
Sorry I got so mad at you. I was just frustrated. I don't like having to depend on other people. But it ended up happening anyway.
Kind of feels like the kind of thing, though, where it's okay to depend on people when you need it.
You know, I couldn't say it at the time, but I'm actually glad you came. Maybe because it's you.
I mean, to be fair, I do have a way of throwing myself in front of people.
So, I want to thank you properly. Thanks for your help back then. I really appreciate it.
Anytime.
It was honestly kind of cool.
Oh, I showed up like a Yakuza character, man. What do you mean? Kari is relieved to have gotten that off her chest. We appear to be growing even closer. Yay! I did a good. I thought I screwed something up, but it's okay. Things are good.
Whew, that's a big weight off my shoulders. Let's head back down. The roof doesn't get a lot of foot traffic, I think it's a good place to have serious
You know, it's
conversations.
thinking about it critically, American schools don't have rooftop access for students. That's just not a thing students do.
But couples tend to sneak up here too. If anyone sees us, the rumor mill might go crazy again.
The rumor mill.
Wouldn't that be annoying? You know, if people assumed we were dating.
Hit her with the I wouldn't mind. Just hit her with the I mean what do you want me to do?
Really? I'm not sure if you're being brave or oblivious.
Yes.
Still, that's something special about you. You don't get bogged down by what other people think.
Oh, that's good.
Uh-oh. They say a sneeze means someone's talking about you. Well, it's probably nothing.
Kind of wondering then, why do I sneeze 8 times in a row sometimes when I have to?
Let's head on home, yeah?
Oh, you sneeze when someone's talking about you, and I'm just thinking, what happens when I sneeze 8 times in a row? What sort of committee is plotting some revenge against me? Alrighty.
Oh, welcome back.
Hello. Oh boy. You know what? I think now's a good time to call it. I'm getting a little bit sleepy, and I think it may be wise of me to conserve energy for later. Get a good night's sleep tonight. So, oh boy, I think I'll call it for now. Oh boy. So I'll call it. Thank you all for coming by. Thank to everyone who came by. I couldn't stay to the end. So this weekend I will be busy, but Sunday is Smash Brothers. So I hope that those both on the YouTube side and on the Twitch side are all able to come by, maybe get a round or two in with your boy. That is me. Unless I am not your boy and simply your librarian. That is also fair. Alright, so now whenever I see you guys next, bye for now and thank you so much. See you soon.